Boom, boom. No, joke. Out of order. Out of order. B, immediately. Yeah.
He's like, yeah.
I now call the May 5th, 2026 special meeting of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education to order. There being no opposition to any items on the agenda is adopted by unanimous consent. Good afternoon and welcome to our joint budget workshop between the Board of Education and Dr. Hill along with her support staff. This is a continuation of the discussion that we had on Saturday, this past Saturday, where the board members gathered together to talk about alignment, resources, priorities, strategies, gaps, and goals and guardrails as it pertains to our budget. So today we will follow the same process that's very similar to what we did on Saturday, and we'll take these by the topics are arranged specifically by areas of interest by the board members, which is also aligned to our goals and guardrails, as well as the bricks for the theories of change. And so the first thing that we have today is the subject area of allotment. No.
Yeah.
Oh, the first area is staffing, reallocation, and reduction. And those specific areas, the themes that surround those areas are particularly around pre-K funding, what's going to happen with those particular positions, excuse me, as well as what trade-offs were made in making those determinations, what gaps could they potentially cause, and how will they have any impact or none on our goals and guardrails. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to Dr. Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you like us just to respond to the questions? Just share information generally about that and then allow for discussion and engagement. Is that your preference?
So the format today will be in response. I mean, there are certain themes around the questions. They may have been duplicate.
Yeah.
But the themes around those questions, responses to some specific questions. And then we will have questions and clarifications from board members.
Okay.
And then any joint discussion that is that results from that. And then you'll have an exercise similar to what we did at the at Saturday's meeting, where you kind of walk through if we've been provided sufficient information, what other outstanding questions there are, and we'll move on from there.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members and board chair Sneed. So I have Dr. Vaught with me today, and we'll answer the question. There were several questions, so I will speak to the ones that I remember, and then if I've left anything out, just please prompt me to respond. So the first question, I believe, was the impact of the pre-K reductions on pre-K. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And so one of the things that we try to do every year is to continue to look at efficiencies operationally, financially, but not just those operational efficiencies. As we try to support our goal alignment work, we want to make sure that we remove the connectors that sometimes cause delays and outcomes for students. So one of the things that Dr. Vaught can talk about in more detail, we have continued to improve our service delivery model. So our pre-K facilitators, they served 176 pre-K classrooms. Well, prior to just this March, we had about 36 facilitators that supported 185 schools. So as we looked at the outcomes, we were having great success to accelerate growth faster with our 36 facilitators that had the alignment, worked together collaboratively, and worked as one unit. with our different assistant superintendents across the different performance areas. And then we had our pre-K facilitators who were doing great work, there's no question. But they had 176 classrooms. So when you look at the ratio of facilitators to supporting pre-K classrooms, and then the data is not accelerating as we continue to talk about, we look at kindergarten data with Dibble. And so one of the things that we decided to do is to eliminate the connector. Because what we found is that pre-K was operating as if it was its own department, division, district, and not working as a collaborative network with K-12. So by removing the pre-K facilitators, we're able to have the facilitators that work in K2, which we've increased the literacy facilitators, for example, in K2. Now those facilitators work with pre-K through 2. And oftentimes in an elementary school, there's one pre-K classroom. So when the K2 facilitators or the team, the elementary team from the performance areas in the school, now they just simply go to those classrooms, support those teachers, pull them into the support and training, and continue to create common vocabulary, which we believe and have seen in other areas will increase our ability to accelerate. And we know that one of the things that we have to do, as Chief Thompson says all the time, the best thing is to have a kindergarten student, a pre-K student come to kindergarten prepared so that we're not trying to remediate. We can have an on-grade level kindergarten student, and we believe that this will continue to improve the ability to do that. That was a long answer, so if there's other questions to that, I paused it.
Well, I think that board members, if you can maybe jot down your questions for this particular section, we kind of maybe can take them at the end.
Okay. Anything else, Kirsten? For that?
On that particular topic?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
I want to make sure I covered all the questions that you.
You mean the list of questions that, so I mean, it would be in the list of
Okay.
all the questions.
Okay. I think I covered the operational impact and the trade-off being the ability to accelerate student outcomes faster. And we're also able to, a part of this was the change in the service delivery model. And Chief Ball, if you want to come up and share just information that we've already made some transitions with our service delivery model as early as this year in March. So I'm moving the facilitators over and I want her to speak to that.
Good afternoon, Chair Sneed and board members, Kim Vaught. So as Dr. Vaught said, we made some process improvements to our service delivery model to improve certainly efficiencies, but also in response to what principals and instructional leaders in the buildings were asking for. And so one of the things that we found was that we had two siloed sort of divisions. We had the Office of School Performance, but then we had Learning and Teaching, both divisions doing great work. And so last year we transitioned to have more instructional specialists closer to assistant superintendents for deployment to schools, particularly for those students that we call a term verge of excellence students, those students who are close to being at or above grade level, but need that extra nudge, and teachers that need additional support, instructional leaders. Then we have Learning and Teaching, and those amazing folks worked behind the scenes on curriculum development, making process improvements once we got assessments back. And so one of the things that the principal said was that they wanted to double down on direct to school support. And so we now merged those two divisions, very excitedly so, to double. I believe that before March, we had about 36 specialists across our K-12 performance areas. We have about 83 specialists that are deployed. A part of that work was doubling down on goals 1 and 2, but specifically speaking of goal 1, every performance area was gifted an additional early literacy specialist. So in addition to having one early literacy specialist, now we have 2. And so now we're able to support from a pre-K to 5 scope of work versus the K-5. One other piece that I'd just like to speak to, I know that you all are always asking about goal 1 and the data with Dibbles and how we're moving the data. So in pre-K, they have an assessment called the TS Gold. And while that data was giving us lots of developmental outcomes around our pre-K students, what it wasn't necessarily doing was giving us what we call some of those metrics that are Dibbles assessment it gives us each year. And so it was very difficult for teachers to really predict the efficacy of students' outcomes once they got to kindergarten. And so now by creating this through line between pre-K and the support that they're getting, we'll be able to, first of all, better predict and align our work, better be able to professionally develop and support our pre-K teachers, and better be able to align and strategize around supports, not just for cohorts of students, but for students at every level, to make sure that as they approach kindergarten, we're seeing better outcomes and greater levels of readiness, not just to be on grade level, but to move through kindergarten in a more efficacious way.
Chair Sneed, I apologize. I did not do a good job explaining what you all have in front of you. So that I think will help with the conversation. So I apologize for not doing that. All of this information is electronic, of course, but we knew that some of you may want to look at it. So what we did is we took your questions by section, because that's the way that you organize them. So in the back, you will see tab sections 1, 2, 3, 4. So based on the type of the section 1, all the questions that you are going to have for this one are in section 1, which they just covered. And then section 2 was kind of staffing, reallocation and reductions that kind of goes into that. So we took your questions and provided it to you in writing along with some links. So that's there for you, and it's also there electronically. But we'll continue doing the talking. We just know that people process information differently, so we just wanted to provide it in multiple ways.
Yes.
Okay, that wraps up pre-K. Did you want us to move into the next section about the other positions in terms of the transportation monitors, lunchroom monitors, those type of questions, or did you want us to put a needle?
You can just pause right there,
Okay.
because it seems like you took a natural break.
Okay.
Board members, this section that we're talking about, the reallocations and reductions, is under tab 2. But I'm gonna pause in this section. There were several categories that fell under this section. And if you have any questions about what's been presented here today in pre-K, if you can take those now, board membership.
Yes. This was a big one for me, understanding clearly what pre-K does, especially Bright Beginnings, and also the number of staff. So what I like that I hadn't heard before is that we're increasing K2 facilitators, right? Because when I heard this the first time, it was like, we're gonna have a facilitator, and that facilitator is gonna be K5. And I thought, no way one facilitator is gonna do K5. So I'm glad to hear we're increasing at every school or every pre-K site. How are we doing that in K2?
No, ma'am. So what I was speaking to is the support, the central support for early literacy. So every elementary performance area received another expert, literacy expert, so K2 or pre-K2 expert, to really be able to dig deeply into that work, to be able to support the assistant soups as they go out to support the classrooms. Versus the, yes, that's exactly right, versus the 23 that we had. The other thing I'd say just real quickly, as we were digging deeply into this, we have, as you know, Ms. Shipp, from your work in the district, we have 3 different pathways to pre-K. We have our Bright Beginnings, we have our Child Development Centers, and then we have our Head Start, right? And so one of the things that we were looking at too was really how do we align and support across all of those particular scopes of work. We know that the truth about pre-K is that sometimes those particular babies are the ones who need the most support. And I know that this board around Guardrail 1 has really been talking about how we're servicing and making sure that we're doubling down on that. And how do we have not just what we call implementation metrics, but outcome metrics for students. And like you mentioned, as a former principal, I opened Lawrence 4, where we had 16 pre-K classrooms, right? And so this is the work that we did at Lawrence 4 back in the day to move that school from an F to B very quickly, was aligning not just K5, but looking at those 16 pre-K classrooms to make sure that over in the eastern corridor of Charlotte, as we had about 300 students in our pre-K program, that now it wasn't just about the pre-K work, but it was really about removing barriers, removing silos, and making sure that what folks were saying about, well, this is why we're doing this because it's developmental, and really it was becoming a lid for students. We're really making sure that that's the floor for students, to exponentially increase the impact for those students who are our verge of excellent students, which typically are our pre-K students.
Right. And I think my concern is also the support that pre-K teachers get in the building, that impact. So what does that look like? Since we're talking about centrally, you're doing this, but what will that look like? Because I've heard that what they've had in the past, and I'm presently, and what they're going to see, let's say going forward, how is that going to impact the instruction, their coaching time, what they call a planning time, all of that. So what will that look like?
Yeah, so as you know, pre-K it really had two different strands of folks that came in. They had what we call the pre-K facilitators and the literacy teachers.
Right.
And so in our schools, pre-K teachers in the past, prior to now, have been planning on an island unto themselves, right? And so while principals certainly had the bandwidth to attempt to support them, that was a hardship for principals. Now that we're bringing our pre-K teachers into the scope of work, we're creating one paradigm shift so that we have pre-K and kindergarten on one trajectory. And as facilitators are talking about what's happening in kindergartens, even those K2 facilitators, MCLs, expanded impact teachers, all of those folks in our schools who are leading our students, now pre-K teachers and students are brought into that conversation in a natural way. So now it's not the pre-K facilitator coming in one time a week, maybe once every 2 weeks. Now I have someone who is steeped to an expert at the central office. The assistant superintendent now has a keener and sharper eye around what's going on. We're now able to predict in a better way what's happening for those pre-K students and to break down what I'm calling the lid, right? Around what's happening in pre-K classrooms, because now principals have more voice, agency, and autonomy around what happens versus having what right, was a barrier. Just like when parents send their babies to private pre-K centers, the expectation we want for all of our kids in our public pre-K schools is that that there's no lid on them, that they go to kindergarten ready to read, reading and above, and that we continue to build those skills. So to your point, Ms. Shipp, we're actually doubling down on the support for principals. We're doubling down on the support for ILs, because now assistant superintendents from my office and my division are being held accountable at a different level to now look at the pre-K 5 scope of work versus K5.
Well, see the result. In 176 classrooms, right?
Yes.
Across the district, that's a lot.
Yeah, so it's really, I believe it's 76 classrooms within our schools, but then we have them in CDC, Child Development Centers and Head Starts. Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna stop right there.
Board Member Haynes.
So break this down for me. Are we saying that we are taking a group of our partners, employees, and taking them further away from the classrooms and into the central office? Is that what we're saying?
So let me just speak to the pre-K facilitators that we're speaking about. They were seen as employees. And so they were servicing just our pre-K classrooms. But
the central office. From the central office.
Yes, from the central office. They were deployed from the central office. They worked under the executive director of pre-K. What Dr. Vaught is describing is that no longer do they work under the executive director of pre-K in separation from the whole academic team. Now they're a part of the academic team, and they will get direction from Dr. Vaught's team and the assistant superintendents and support by the principal. So that's just one more connector that we're eliminating to make sure they have the resources they need. They get the training in real time. They also get information about what they need to do to prepare kids for kindergarten at a higher rate. And that's one of the things that we continue to look at goal 1 for our kindergarten students, the disconnect between what they take in pre-K, the TS goal, and the DIBEL. So we believe this will accelerate that work, but those are our employees, if I answer your question.
Okay, so slow down.
I'm sorry.
This is what I'm trying to get to, because
Okay.
we got a lot of moving parts with pre-K.
Mm-hmm.
And for myself and for the general public, what I'm trying to figure out is, are we saying okay, so if they were were they housed in the school or in the central office before?
They were housed in the central office.
Are they going back to the schools, or are they gonna still be housed in the central office?
They're gonna still be deployed from the central office, but you'll often find our facilitators, all of them will just have a landing spot because they're hardly ever in the office until after school hours to work on stuff for the next day. So they'll be just like the rest of the facilitators that are housed in the district, but are out in schools all day. And that's how they worked before. It's just that they weren't in the department to work with all the other facilitators, if that makes sense.
Yes,
They operate as an island unto their own.
so I think what I'm trying to grasp here, and if I sound a little uninformed, what I'm trying to grasp here is, what are we actually talking about? Are we talking about giving these folks more responsibility along with the support that they get? What are we actually, what are we getting, and what is the trade-off? And just in plain terms, just what is it?
So Board Member Haynes, I think that we're speaking about two different groups of people. You're talking about the pre-K facilitators who are in current roles as pre-K facilitators who might have touched the schools in a silo under the executive director, maybe one time.
Just really,
Yeah,
I got that part.
Those facilitators are being redeployed to classrooms.
Yes, okay, uh-huh.
Go ahead, Dr. Hill.
I'm sorry, can I interject? Okay, so right now, these pre-K facilitators are at the central office. They're housed under the pre-K department. They provide support to pre-K classes that are in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, as well as pre-K classes that are in our Child Development Center, also called CDCs.
Yep.
Now, these facilitators will move from just being pre-K facilitators. They will be working closely with the 11 superintendent. So the same group of people from the central office will be moved to a different central office department, but they'll be focused on Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, elementary schools. And so they will be supporting pre-K too. Because right now, the way the performance area specialists are served is they have someone that supports early literacy because of goal 1, and then somebody that supports grades 3 and 5 because of grade 2. What we know is that and you guys ask this question a lot, that there's such a strong link between pre-K and kindergarten. So when she says we're trying to remove the link, what we're doing is moving these people over to help support all of the schools and not just the pre-K school. And I'm sorry.
Yes, so in other words, what we're really saying is, and help me because I'm just trying to get clarity.
Mm-hmm.
What we're really saying is that we're going to use the same amount of people, but extend them to support K through 2. That's what I was getting. Thank you.
That's correct. Pre-K 2. Pre-K 2. Yes. Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Board Member Stone.
Thank you, the alignment. I got that part. The question I have regarding pre-K is that you mentioned the social and emotional development piece. At that age, that's developmentally appropriate and what they have to do before they can go to kindergarten. My concern is that I don't want to see the developmental aspects of that age group lost as we try to prep them for dibbles later on, because there's a lot of background that has to be gained at that point, so they're actually academically ready to go to learn. So could you discuss that, please?
I was going to say, oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, one of the great things about doing it this way, to your point, we also want to make sure that our kindergarten teachers still have that strong understanding of child development. So this model will we'll be capitalizing on the expertise of those pre-K facilitators to also support our existing kindergarten teachers as well, to help with that whole child development. So it's more of a symbiotic relationship, if I'm saying that correctly, right? Like, so.
Yeah.
She did say it. I heard her say it.
But the pre-K experts will be supporting those early literacy K2 along with those teachers.
Sure.
And then the K2 folks that have typically worked with K2 supporting, the pre-K, just so we have that stronger.
Oh, sure. It's all, I agree with that idea because it's always great to know where they've been and what they've been exposed to when they come to you anyway. But my concern still, could you go into more detail about how we avoid turning pre-K into Dibble's warm-up?
Well, one of the things that I would like to add is that we are invested in and believe in the pre-K resources that we have. So we have no intention of changing what a pre-K classroom looks like. We continue to use the same resource and the same schedule because pre-K is a completely different structure because they learn by play.
Yeah.
And we understand that.
Okay. And can I follow up? Yes. What kind of, after we make this shift, and since we don't track Dibbles like we do with kindergartners, what kind of how are we going to gauge the effectiveness of this change and the impact on the kids?
So one of the things that I think Chief Thompson would speak to is that we have metrics in pre-K, like TS Goal and NC Eli, and we would still use those metrics and we would be able to compare longitudinally from last year to this year to next year if we're accelerating the students faster, because the goal is for them to get to the end of those assessments at a high level so that when they transition to kindergarten, that better prepares us to know that they're on grade level, and we know that we'll look at that data to determine the next step for them.
A question for
So the data points won't change as much.
Okay, will we see that segregated out in a different way? Because, in our reports, we see K2 Dibbles. What will we be looking at? How will we see that information when it's available? Because it'll take a year to get it.
So we have the data. We actually share the data now with the county. I just don't know that that was a part of our, but we can share it in a different way. So we do actually share that data with pre-Ks across the county now to compare.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, moving along to the next group of employees, lunchroom monitors, transportation monitors. So I'll talk about lunchroom monitors, and Dr. Vaught, who supervises principals and assistant superintendents, may have some feedback. One of the things that we did before we made this shift, Chief Cluck talked with principals and got feedback from our elementary principals about how would this impact the daily operation of the lunchroom. So we didn't make this decision in isolation. And when they understood the trade-offs and the opportunity to provide support in other places, we got strong feedback from our elementary principals that they felt like they could manage the support in the cafeteria without the lunch monitors. And I believe we also found that it wasn't consistent across the district. Many schools weren't using the lunch monitors, and then some had lunch monitors that have been at their schools for a long time. I don't know if there's anything else that we want to share about the feedback from that day, but we have worked with our assistant superintendents. We have 5 at the elementary level, and they're working with all of their elementary schools to ensure a plan that teachers still have duty-free lunch and it does not impact instruction. And then we would work with them as we would with anything else if there is a barrier. And then transportation, I think the question about there were pre-K transportation monitors. Years ago, pre-K in this district was in, as Chief Vaught just described, 16 in one school. Now we typically have more of 1 to 2, no more than 3 in a school. And so those monitors remained, but when we had 16 at one school, then a monitor could ride basically a pre-K bus home to support. Now that we don't have that, we had 14 pre-K monitors, but not concentrations of pre-K. So it really wasn't an effective strategy. It was just still in place. So we have a need for EC bus transportation monitors, and there was a shortage. So when we discovered that, we literally moved any of those that are in the position over to EC. So it filled a need where there really is a need, because we have EC students that need that additional support on the bus going home. And we had pre-K monitors that were on a bus that just potentially was an elementary school bus and not really for the intent that was planned years ago. So that was an efficiency and also being fiscally responsible.
I have a quick question on that. It just made me think of this Dr. Vaught night, and for the EC students, I'm thinking about the reduction in cafeteria monitor. They'll have that support still, regardless of that shift and all of that.
So the great thing about the additional federal funds that we get for EC students, they're paid for those additional supports. So if we have a student, for example, that needs that additional support, then they would have someone that would go with them to the cafeteria, that would go to them to enrichment classes, that may even ride the bus home and all of those things, which is why our executive director of EC was thrilled to know that we had 14 positions that we could transition over, because she has struggled to identify those folks. So it was a win.
You have a follow-up? You have a follow-up?
I don't, yes, I had a question. So what assurances are in place that when you get, when these lunch monitors go away, that someone else is not going to have to, someone else who may need, what's the assurance that someone else is not going to be taxed in that building to take care of this? Are there, I just know of situations in schools where people have some of those positions. I know that parent advocates don't always get the time they need because they're doing all these other tasks. Would that parent advocate possibly end up doing lunch monitor duties because we've taken that away without considering what might be taken away? What assurances do we have about that?
Okay, so specifically, I would imagine a parent advocate, excuse me, for example.
That's just an example, but lunch monitors being removed out of the schools, and then someone else whose job duties should not require them to be a lunch monitor are now lunch monitors.
I think that's a great question. And I think we know that in public education, you all have said this, that we are all doing more than, because we don't have the budget to have all these delineated positions. So you raise a good point. But one of the things that we're doing with our assistant superintendents and our principals is we're making sure, like we're trust but verifying, that the schedule that they put in place to cover the cafeteria doesn't unduly tax one employee. So there are other people that can share that responsibility. One of the things that we want anyway is we want our assistant principals and our counselors to be in the cafeteria to build relationships with students. That's a great time for the counselor to go table to table to sit and have lunch. So I'm not saying that's who they're going to assign to that duty, but they intend to be very intentional as a part of our SEL ramp up to make that a positive activity for students. So we're being very intentional. And as I said, they have to share their plan with their assistant superintendent. And then if they have a barrier, because maybe they're a small elementary school, then they would reach out to us when we work with them, as we do with other things.
So I have a question. I just want one clarification. I don't think that I realized this. The transportation monitors were only pre-K?
The transportation monitors were pre-K employees. They came out of the pre-K budget. And when we realized, because last year Chief Klutz and I realized that we had pre-K transportation monitors, and so we evaluated and got more like the historical of why do they have them. So we didn't do it last year. We decided to do it this year. We realized that was a leftover from when this district had pockets of large pre-K programs in schools. And so that would make sense that this one bus monitor would ride home with a bus full of pre-K children that have to be buckled in seats and all those things. Well, we realized that no longer existed and they were just on buses and it wasn't the best use of pre-K funding. And we want to put all of our dollars where they need to be in the classroom. And because there was a need in EC, it was an easy transition. So we were able to take care of the employee, allow them to still do the work that they were doing, filling a need for EC that was a struggle to hire for, and then be able to remove that from the pre-K budget. So it's really a shift in just budget code and their responsibilities, because now they support EC students.
Any other questions in subject area of transportation, lunchroom monitors?
No, I was just going to ask Chair Sneed, I don't know if we need to revisit it all of why this is a needed funding source. Did you need us to go into that, or did you just need to understand the why, like the impact and implications behind this?
Yeah, so for any of them, I tried to make sure that the questions were attached to the budget in the terms of what trade-offs were made.
Okay.
And how and why this is an appropriate strategy. Okay. So yes, if you can speak to that.
Okay, I'll ask Chief Klutz to come up and explain why this additional funding is needed.
So recall this is $6.6 million for these trade-offs that we have set aside. And the reason we need that is associated with the state not passing a state budget this year. And so if the state passes a budget that is higher than our estimated salary increase and benefits, we will not have an opportunity, we will not have a way to fund that. So we are being proactive, identifying these trade-offs now so that we're not having to make cuts or reductions to our staffing in October or November, whenever it is that the state issues a budget. So we're trying to be proactive, ensure that we're going to be financially stable. The county does not have the ability to fund us additional dollars after they have adopted their budget. Certainly they will adopt their budget in June. I do not anticipate that we're going to get a state budget by June. And so we need to have a reserve or an ability to pay those increases. And if you're looking at the bills that are coming out right now, those pay increases are high. I assume trying to make up for the current year that we're in. And so we only have 3% predicted in our budget. It will be a barrier.
Board Member Hatch?
Thank you for that explanation. So what happens,
It doesn't sound like you're on.
how about this?
It's a button.
It's green.
Oh, now,
Okay. So what happens if what we're estimating or allocating is still not enough? And or what happens if they don't pass the state budget? What happens to those funds?
So what happens if, let's just take some examples. If I think there's a bill that's 9% out there. So if for some reason we were fortunate enough to get 9%, the state would fund the 9% for state paid employees. So for the majority of our employees, we're in a good place. However, the 35% that are funded local and the 6% that are funded federal, we will not receive an additional allocation. So we will have to go into our current budget and we will have to cut things in order to be able to fund those employees. Excuse me, sorry. Because there would never be a situation where you would give a local employee a 3% raise and a state employee 9% raise. So that's something we will absolutely have to cut our budget for to ensure.
So given that, should we be projecting a 3% in our budget if we think this is a high probability?
So we have to navigate. There's certainly opportunities or times over historical preview where these numbers have been talked about before, and it's never going to be the highest. It's generally not going to be the lowest number. It's usually going to be somewhere in between. And so we looked at those trends and we felt good at the time where we are, right? But we also know that we need to plan for what might happen. So if we, I think that with the dollars that we have set aside, we could probably be okay at 4.5% or 5% salary increase. If the state were to pass that, we would have sufficient funds to cover our employees. But anything beyond that and any change to benefits, right? Benefits is another, health insurance is skyrocketing, retirement rates. And so all of those are factors that we have to consider. And I've not answered all of her questions yet. So what happens if it's higher? And that I answered that. What happens if there's no budget or it's lower? So again, if it's lower on the state, we just don't get the money from the state. So the state is not an issue, right? State paid employees will be an exact match. So on our local paid employees, we've asked the county for a 3% number, and let's call that number 9 million because it's between 8 and 9 on our budget. If it takes 5 million of those dollars, remember you got benefits in there too, then we would have a surplus of 4 million. What we did 2 years ago, I think it's 2 years ago, if I've got my years right, we went back to the county. We made a recommendation to the county to put those dollars toward the teacher supplement, those remaining dollars.
Thank you.
Board Member Sue.
Thank you. Okay, so following your explanation of how that's gonna work with the salaries, what about if if the state gives by some miracle everything teachers deserve? We also pay supplements on top of that. So where does the supplements come in if the raise extends or exceeds what the 4%, I think you said 4%? How's that gonna get covered?
It's a great,
Oh, go ahead.
that's a great question. So, we had some really smart people here in CMS when they established our supplement schedule, and they made it a flat amount. So in a district that I was at previously, we made it, a percentage of the salary. So when the salary went up, the supplement also went up and I had to fund it. We did not do that here. We are just very intentional about when we apply an increase to the supplement. It is not a direct correlation to the salary base. So
Give a little bit more information around that, please.
So our current teacher salary, a beginning teacher in A0 is $41,000. I do not remember the exact supplement. I'm going to call it $8,000. Okay. So right now, a beginning teacher makes $49,000 in that situation. The state, let's assume the state's going to raise it to $50,000. Yay. Right. Her salary is $50,000 from the state and it's still $8,000 supplement. So now you're at $58,000. So it's not a percentage of the base, it's a flat of the base. Now, we are on this other side adding 5% to this $8,000, but we're doing it independently of the base salary, which is great for us financially. It helps us control our dollars.
And I just want to verify the locally funded positions is 700.
There's about 700 teaching positions, but I think the number's 2,700 locally paid positions. So remember that would be custodians, bus drivers, clerical, all your technology, right? It's a lot of positions.
So it's a total, because we have a supplement, I just want this to be clear, from the Board of County Commissioners, that there is a their dollars supplement, what is the number?
700 teaching
We're
instructional.
just talking about all the positions.
Custodians, clerical, non-instructional people.
Just asking a number.
Yeah, I know. What she's asking is how many positions does the county fund on top of the state allocation, 2,700.
Okay, yes, okay. Any other questions in the area of reallocation and reduction? Oh, Board Member Haynes.
So I want to make sure that I'm understanding. The budget that we're recommending to send to the county assumes that the school board is going to cut $6 million from these salaries in order to make up this difference that we're speaking of. Is that the assumption?
That was not the original intent. However, when we started budget planning back in October, there was one direction. And then when we didn't receive a state budget, and it just piled on, then we had to look at it a little bit differently. We knew that we had to have a backup plan for what if they did, because there was conversations of them even passing a budget in March, April. I mean, very late, as compared to other years.
So assumptions and intent are two different things. And what I'm trying to get at here is, I get what you're saying. I get the message that we need to show people that we're cutting where we need to cut. But I also think, I guess my direct question is, why not just ask the county for $6 million? Is this really cutting the $6 million? Is it going to achieve for us? I think I'm moving down the line that Charlita Hatch was. Should this have just been in our budget assumption in our recommendation to the county to cover this versus cutting these positions and having to make these trade-offs?
We believe there's a very defined amount of money that we should not exceed in our request. And so if you align with that theory, then that's why we ended up where we did and why we did. If you do not adhere to that theory, that the pot is infinite and you can ask for anything you want, then I could see where you would want to just ask for the dollars.
Well, to be clear, Chief Klutz, this is not about my alignment. This is about me trying to understand why we assumed that we were going to cut $6 million from our employees and ask for less with the county. If you're saying this assumption aligns with how we operate in CMS, considering that we can trade off our employees and ask for less, then that's okay too. But please don't assume about what I align with and what I don't. I'm trying to be aligned with you and ask these questions. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood. I had no intent to ruffle you. Sorry, I had no idea that would have caused any issue.
You're not ruffling me. I'm asking a legitimate question about the budget assumptions that we made that we are to vote on to recommend. I'm asking a legitimate financial question here. What I would appreciate is to have my question answered without all the commentary and assumptions about why I'm asking, because we should assume positive, good intent.
I apologize. I had no idea that I did not.
Apology accepted. Thank you.
So I think the question is, consider the questioning in terms of asking less, and I'm saying the asking less does not mean I just wanted to be clear, it's not less than what the supplement was last year. Correct?
Yeah, can I help
Yes.
a little bit? I'm trying to quickly get to what our county ask is. Is that in here? It's not in this one. Okay, it's a total of 25 million, but hold on a minute, let me get to board docs real quick.
March.
26.
Yes, that's it. Yes.
Looking for the county ask page.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, can you go back? I'm sorry. Can you go back to the assumptions? Yep. One more. What? Oh, you're going the right way. This way. This way. Other way.
Back up here.
Yes, sir. Right here. Budget highlights. Is that what I'm looking for? No, sorry. Sorry, Mr. Rankin. Yeah, keep going down. Yes, sir. Oh,
Underneath the two patchworks.
there it is. Okay. Yes.
This pie chart? This pie chart?
No, that was right where you were.
Yeah.
Next one. Yeah. Mhm. Okay, so I think, so let me answer what I think I heard you say, Board Member Haynes. So I think what you were asking is why did we make the decision to cut 6.6 out of our existing budget instead of, yes, ma'am. Instead of adding it here to the to what our ask is of the 25 million. Is that correct?
Either that.
That's right. Okay. So when we meet with the county, they let us know what their new dollars are, right? So they tell us what their growth dollars are going to be and essentially what their responsibilities are to fund all the other things. So when we have that joint meeting and then any subsequent meetings that I have with the county manager, he pretty much lets us know the ballpark range that he'll have funding available for Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools as it fits into the greater ecosystem of all of the other places that he has to fund. So when that ballpark is communicated, we take that and look at what our existing needs are. So when we talked and identified our needs, these are the things that rose to the top, meaning we have no other way to pay for these things other than to ask the county for additional dollars. And that's what you see listed here. The thing that we're speaking to specifically is is that number 2? State-driven salary increase of 3%. So back to Dr. Hatch's question earlier is why did we select that 3%? We went back and looked over the last 20 years of budget increases, what the landscape was at that time and how much of an increase we gave. And our assumption is 3%. Chief Klutz also connects, she's very connected with all other CFOs across the state looking to see what their assumption is. So our assumption of 3% is right around what most in the state believe it will be. So the reason, and so we asked for the 3% here, but if we are thinking that if there's a possibility that's any percent above that, that means that we are going to have to cross off something on this list. Does that make sense?
Well, just the fact that the question really was, you answered the question. Thank you.
Okay.
That's a logical way to answer that. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Board Member London.
Thank you. I know this is somewhat of a new-ish question, but I think that it goes here because of reduction. But can you explain the 4 CMS DSS liaison roles? Okay.
Oh, it's on page 228, and Dr. Balknight's going to speak to that.
Perfect.
So I can speak to that. It was 2 years ago that Chief Klutz and I received information from the county. The county funds the larger part that Dr. Hill and Chief Klutz were just speaking of. And then we had some additional grant or budget agreements with the county for different programs. That was one of the programs. And so they were funding that for us. And we were notified 2 years ago that they no longer could fund the program. So last year, Chief Klutz agreed to support us in funding the program, which is 4 DSS liaison. So let me speak to what they do. They sit at DSS and they're our school social workers and they sit to navigate. So we have what's called a bid meeting, for example. So when a child is in foster care, there needs to be a bid meeting and they work through all the things to take care of the foster child and make sure that they get to the right school, transportation is provided, all the things. And so they've worked through DSS through that process with us. They also do a lot of things for our juvenile justice system and other things so they're our facilitator. So we took last year to plan, knowing that we were paying for that, an unplanned expense, because the county, I think the thought was, we're going to have one pot for CMS, and Chief Klutz and Dr. Hill, if I'm misstating that, we're going to have one pot for CMS, and we're going to eliminate all of these additional sub-pots. And so we had last year, because Chief Klutz agreed to identify funding in the budget to cover it. So moving forward, because we've eliminated those positions, we intend to repurpose one position that will be the leader of that for the district. And then we also intend to work with our school social workers to support that. I'll say to you, 2 years ago, maybe 2.5 years ago, when I came to the district, we had 186 schools at the time, and we had 40 schools that did not have access to a school social worker. And I couldn't understand that, because no matter the zip code, every school has students that need support. And so one of the things that we did is we changed the allocation formula, which we'll talk about. I'm sure it'll come up later. But we now have maybe not a full-time social worker at every school, but we have a social worker at every school. We also had social workers that used to sit at student enrollment. One of the things that we've learned, and you'll hear me say every time I talk about decisions that we have recommended to the team, is that we want to reduce, sometimes having more people is more of a roadblock than having fewer people. And so one of the things that was occurring is, which the DSS folks are wonderful, but we have the DSS liaisons that are talking to the families, to the courts, and then it gets translated like a telephone game back to the school. Not to say that it's not great. We also had social workers that were sitting at student enrollment, and they would meet with the families, get things, and they would make commitments to families. And then when they get to the school, maybe it gets there correctly, maybe it doesn't. So one of the things that we've done even in this last year is we removed the social workers from the student assignment office. And we now say that if I'm assigned to X high school, then I immediately make connection, the student assignment office, with that school social worker. Because for me, that's an important piece, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, making sure their needs are met before we focus on instruction. And so we want that point of contact to be the person that's going to be with them the entire time. So while we value the DSS liaisons, we have a plan to have one district contact and then to work with all of our social workers at all of our schools so that immediately you have a student coming into your school, they've had this bid meeting, here are the supports that they need. So again, reducing some of the connectors. So even if we continue the positions, I would have recommended that they be deployed differently, simply because one of the things that I'm seeing is an efficiency. Oftentimes, it's not that we need more people, it's that, and it's not that the people aren't doing a good job, it's that it's actually causing more frustration on the end user because they're having to talk to 5 people instead of the one.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question about that. And I'm limiting this to the DSS. What is the volume of students that those 4 DSS workers, those liaisons were handling? Because now, if you have the one, how do we know that volume is not too much and it will become, it still won't be handled correctly?
Well, I will be honest, anytime we make a transition, there'll be bumps in the road. So I don't disagree with that. But we believe if we have one person, but we're going to engage the school social worker from the beginning, once that system is people are confident in it, and we'll train them this summer, that person can handle deploying it out to the school social worker. And the importance of having the school social worker involved from the beginning, then that school social worker can make sure, because oftentimes we tell families things, unfortunately, at the student assignment office, and then when they get to the school is not aware. And so we've been trying to continue to improve that process so the school knows on the front end, and that they already have someone that's in their corner at the school. So we believe engaging the school social worker, which is the work that we have to do this summer, will make that a better process for the family and for the student. And then if we determine that the one person, as we identify the one person to take this on, is not enough, then we certainly would go back and adjust.
So just as a follow-up, just so I can be clear on what their responsibilities are, they are assisting all of the children in foster care.
Yes.
Yes. But how many students do we have that are in foster care?
I would need to get that number. I don't know if Dr. Jason has that number. Yeah, we'll get that number for you. I know it's a smaller number than our McKinney-Vento students because that came up when we were working on some scholarship stuff the previous year. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, my question be, are they being reallocated and they know that their positions are gone as of June 30th? What are we doing there with those positions as they have been with CMS? How are they?
They're social workers, so
Right.
we can always use school social workers
Yes.
within. So it's my understanding.
Okay, that's what I want to know.
We have worked with them.
Right, we can't afford it.
Yeah, so they can go into social work positions within the district.
Okay.
And then again, we'll have this job posting, so they certainly can apply for this. as
Okay,
well.
that's important because we really need social workers too.
Right. Any other questions on staffing reallocations or reductions? All right, board members, I'm going to ask that you look at the sheet in front of you, just like the exercise that we did on Saturday. So the question you're asking yourself is, was sufficient information provided? Do you understand the gaps? Are you understanding any impacts on equity or support in equity? Do you understand the trade-offs? And if not, for any of those, what are your outstanding questions or adjustments that you're asking or realignments? Just make a note of that. Because we're gonna just keep moving through. Board Member Haynes.
Okay, so my question is really, I don't think the question was answered that Chair Sneed asked, or maybe I didn't hear it. What I'm trying to figure out is, in my mind, there is a perception that we already have a high student to social worker ratio in some of the most neediest schools. And so for us to add that other piece on, that's kind of understanding that work a little bit. It is much more on that social worker's plate. So if she's tied up in just 2 DSS cases in a school, what happens to her workload? What happens to those other students who may be also in need of social work services? And I'm requesting much more of an understanding about the outcome of that. What is the workload for those 4 people? How does that impact students? I mean, how many hours does it take to coordinate this with DSS? And how does that impact this? So those are the questions that I still have.
Can I answer the ones that we have investigated in making the decision? So I would say that 4 DSS liaisons in a district this size are basically handling the operational piece, to your point. And so we believe that we would have staff to do that, and I'll describe the one position. But we feel strongly that something else would then need to come off the social worker's plate, because we feel like that's the relationship and the role of the social worker in schools, which is why we redeployed the social worker so that every school would have access. Because the most important thing that a child can have is a trusted adult. And when you're in that situation, we want to make sure that someone at the school and not someone that's sitting in the county DSS office is aware of the information. It's okay to have that support, but we really want to have the through line that there's a person at the school, and the social worker, we believe, is the best trained expert at the school to do that, has that information and can support you. Because once you get the bid information completed, which is operational, we need to make sure at the school that we take care of you with so many other things, and we need to know that background information.
So it makes logical sense what's being said, but as a follow-up, has there been a study in terms of how many hours and the administrative tax to that person and what we're actually asking our social workers to do? Has a study of that nature been done, or how have we come to this decision in that way?
Thank you. So we haven't done a study, but we spend, and when I say we, I mean the social superintendent over that area spends a lot of time with the social workers, and we've spent a lot of time since I've been here really trying to make sure that we continue to tighten up our integrated student support services model, where we say that we have a psychologist, a social worker, and a counselor, and the school nurse that we get from our county that we're grateful for, that we have them at 1 to 2, no more than 2 schools. We believe that that group of people, that they really take care of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs of kids. And that group at the school level is who we engage in and train throughout the summer and throughout the year. We continue to look at what is on their plate, what can we take off their plate, to your point, and create efficiencies so they can do their work. Because we're a big advocate of removing those barriers for kids by removing the barriers for employees. So I'm not disagreeing with you, Board Member Haynes, about the importance of making sure we don't put clerical tasks on the plate of the school social worker.
Okay, so this is what I would need to make a good decision around this.
Mm-hmm.
What is the actual workload of those 4 social workers? What impact does it possibly have on the now school social worker who is doing that work? And also, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought midway. I'll come back to it if I think
Can I-
about it, but those two things.
Can I just follow up? I'll be glad to share with you. We have a job description with the direction that we want to go in, because there will be a central office person and a team that will support the clerical pieces. Again, we're trying to continue to remove connectors. So I maybe didn't say it
You
correctly.
made me think of what I was gonna say.
Okay.
What specifically can you take off that social worker? And how do you know what you can take off if you don't know how many hours are involved, you know what I'm saying? Like the specifics, because the concern is, and the reason this question is coming up is because sometimes you can make a decision to cut out something without a full understanding of the impact about who's left to hold that.
Mhm.
And I'm not criticizing the decision to do it,
I understand.
but this is very important. DSS,
Yeah, let's let Dr. Hill, he got through one section. Yes.
I think they're great questions and great discussion. I just wanted to add a small piece of information here that was said, but I just would like to have the opportunity to restate it. So 2 years ago, well, historically, Mecklenburg County has funded these positions to the tune of about $425,000-ish, maybe a little bit more, 500,000. So $500,000. And so 2 years ago, that funding source remained. So we have continued to carry that, but we can no longer financially continue to carry that. So if the decision is made to continue with these 4 liaisons, that means that we have to, in order to have a balanced budget, that means that we have to cut something else. So I understand the question that you're asking from the standpoint of workload and all of those things. But from a budgetary standpoint, I just wanted to put in the room that the issue that we're having to grapple with is for 2 years, we've carried an additional $500,000 on our budget. And now at this point, because things are so tight, we just no longer can continue to do that. One of the reasons why the county decided to do that is because they came to the realization that they were double funding things. They were funding county services and also funding CMS to do duplicative work. So that's why the previous county manager made that decision in terms of what she had to do to support the county budget. But we can certainly get the additional information that you've requested.
Is this related to? Okay, all right, we gotta move along. Got to.
Okay, so can we assume that because of these changes, that next year we will have enough information about what these people do and actually kind of do a reasonable expectancy on them to understand, are we staffed at the right number in the right place? So I would assume that's where we're going to go after we do this.
So I would just say on a day-to-day basis, if it's okay, Chair Sneed, that every principal, every manager, every supervisor is constantly making, because the work that we do is not static, it shifts. So if you supervise anyone, you know that at any point in time, you might say, because of our current condition, we need to stop doing this and start doing this. But if you'd like for us to share.
Yeah, because we're going to be sitting here next
year
asking questions.
Board members. We gotta move on. So this is not a conversation about next year. The question is, I think from a strategic standpoint for the budget is, the question that I think you're grappling with and asking ourselves are we asking Dr. Hill to deploy another method in order to support these particular positions? Or if it's a facilitator and somebody else, or you know what I mean? Like are we asking for a different alignment? I think that's just the bottom line. And I think in order for that, Dr. Balknight, the question is, and I don't know in this time that we're sitting here, if there can be some information provided on the number of students that they handle, and
what their workload is like. I can tell you what the feedback that the board members are getting is that we are getting feedback from our court system, right? To saying that this will be detrimental if we don't have these people in place. But that is just to make it simple and clean of why this conversation is occurring.
Thank you. So 2 follow-ups, and then I understand we need to move on. We have 400 foster students in our district. The other thing that I will share is that what I realized, and I got an email from someone from the county just a moment ago, while we have a plan and we don't want to get ahead of our board and budget decisions, we have not at the district had a conversation with those folks at the county. So they are not even aware of what I shared with you, that we do have a plan to hire and we have a plan to do a backfill. It's not going to just be social worker at the school figure it out. There will still be a district team that will absorb that work at the district. And then we want to engage the social worker, and we will get feedback from our county partners as to how should that look. And that's why I said it may not be perfect. Nothing is in transition, but we want to do this collaboratively with the county so that we acknowledge that that's a piece that we have not done and that's a misstep.
So I will say, just to wrap up this section, board members, you can include on, on your notes, whatever other strategies or alignments that you need to see in order to make a decision. But again, that needs to be in advance of Friday. But I think for this particular subject area for DSS, I think we already know what are the alternatives. Like, it could be something creative. I don't know, maybe the county funds one. I know you have not had that opportunity to have that conversation or something. So yeah, a follow-up. So looking for alternatives. If we do this, then the trade-offs. Yes, thank you. All right. Because we're talking about social workers, I'm gonna skip around a little bit. Dr. Bachman, right back up. I want to skip to the next. I want to skip ahead a little bit and come back to the others because I think this conversation is in alignment. The section is on safety and whole child well-being. I know that is the number 6. It's in section 6.
Would that be tab 6 as well?
No, it's not tab 6. It's page 174. So one of the areas of which is related to our guardrails is whole child safety and security. And I know that we've had quite a bit of conversation about this and really a lot of feedback from the community on this as well. It's like, can we look at different models or opportunities to support social emotional learning, mental health for our students? But I know there were other questions about security and the equity theme that aligns through this.
So if I can start, I'm gonna see if I can find if we're in the right section. Are you in the right section?
Yeah, yeah.
There's a pyramid I just want to talk through. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Rankin. I'm sorry about that. So one of the things as we talk about SEL and mental health, I just want to talk about really what we believe to be true in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, and we know the importance of this. So when you think about Tier 1, we talk about all the time in our SOFG reports about MTSS from the academic standpoint. I want you to think about it from the social, emotional, mental health standpoint. And so Tier 1 SEL and character focus is for all kids. We got to have strong SEL and character focus across the district in every school. If we don't have 80 to 85% of that and we're doing it well, then that means that we are not meeting the needs of our kids. And then our Tier 2 would be those intervention pieces that we would utilize, and we have some of those that we've talked about. We shared, I think, our mental health programs with you in some previous information. And then that top tier, because many of you have talked about specific concerns in specific schools, that's the suppression. Those are our most at-risk students. So when you think about SEL, it still has to happen at that level as well, and mental health, because the goal would be a child that's in Tier 3, that we work and support them to get them back to only needing Tier 1. But in every one of our schools across the district, we're proud to say over the course of 2 years, we now have a school-based therapist at every school. What does that mean? That means that every child in the district, if the parents approve and sign off, they have access to having a mental health therapist at the school during the day. What does that do for a family? That removes the barrier that I have to stay out of school to go to a doctor's appointment, because oftentimes the feedback is that they don't go to the appointment. The other thing is if I'm having a mental issue or a break or anything, I need to check in with my mental health therapist. I'm on the campus, I'm at school, and I look like an employee of the school. So we're also removing the stigma, because in many of our communities, there's a stigma about mental health. So that's the top of the pyramid. But tier one, you would see when you walk in any school, you see a behavior matrix. That's basically the expectation of how we treat each other and how we behave in the school. You also see some other character programs that we have in the school. So we continue to know that, as I said earlier, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. If this isn't good for kids, then we can't focus on instruction. This has to be the number one priority. This is in the category where parents expect their kids to be safe at school. They expect for them to be in a safe environment as well with all of these things. So when we talk about all the things that we put into making sure that we have a strong SEL program, it goes back to what I said the other day, our integrated support services program with our social workers, our psychologists, our school counselors, and our school nurses, and our partnerships like Meaningful Medicine, where they provide medical care on campus, including school-based therapy. So we agree that we need to continue to provide more supports in these areas. One of the things that we're very excited about, as you all have challenged us with your questions in this area, we're excited to see the state superintendent, Dr. Green, come out with some things, for example, in the state strategic plan that has caused us to say that we want to have a program evaluation done of our SEL program in the district and do some other things to support what we're doing here, but to add some of those things to align with the state strategic plan as well. I don't know if that answers your question or if that's the start of the conversation.
I don't know if you want to talk more about this and then we can reserve the questions to the end, possibly. I don't know if you have anything else.
I'll pause there.
Right, board members, questions. Is it, you want to just ask about this tier or anything that
anything in the SEL, mental health, all of those
all right,
things.
so I'll start over here. Board member Monterey Law.
Thank you, Dr. Balknight. I wanted to follow up because then when I spoke in my board report last week, feels like it was last month, I talked about capturing kids' hearts specifically, but what I'm hearing is that based on State Superintendent Mulgreen's plan, you're gonna, well, not based on that, but you're also looking to reevaluate programs. Does that include capturing kids' hearts? Like, is that part of, like, does that answer my question, basically?
Certainly, we have talked about if there are opportunities to consider other things as we get direction from the board about moving forward. We acknowledge and heard your feedback about concerns about our SEL, and we shared our plans and the need to want us to do more.
One specific thing is board membership.
Right, I had asked about, and I see you talked about the numbers, but specifically having the staff to do these things. I think it's critical that we know we talk a lot about the need for counselors, especially at the high school level,
Yes,
to say that. And so what are we doing to increase those numbers to bring down that caseload? And when we talk about even psychologists, we're talking about the percentage of time the psychologist spends in the school, because like at the elementary level, they don't have a full-time, it's not even really considered a part-time maybe. So I think that's the concern. We need to do so much here, but what does that look like, the impact at the school level in terms of numbers, to be able to have what we need in terms of counselors, social workers, but I'll just say counselors and psychologists right now.
Yeah, so I'll let Kelly come up and talk a little bit about the formulas. All of these positions are formula-based,
Right.
and they are state allocated positions. We do use local dollars to supplement what the state gives us.
Okay.
So what the state gives us right now is already not enough.
Exactly.
And when we reduce our enrollment, then those numbers also reduce. So this conversation, we're not talking about increasing our social workers, counselors, or school psychologists. what we are responding to is our reduction in enrollment while still keeping steady the additional funding that we receive from the county to supplement for counselors, social workers, and school psychologists. Does that help?
Yeah, it does.
Unless perhaps is your question, could we use funds from Capturing Kids' Hearts to pay for additional counselors? Is that what you're asking?
Well,
Let me just tell you why we can't do that.
Yeah, I know we can't because I do know why we can't, but go ahead and say.
No, I was just gonna say, it's because it's a one-time funding
Right.
source.
the last.
So anytime you have an employee, of course, that's a recurring source, a recurring funding source. It's something that's gonna come year after year after year. This is just a one-time funding source. So we can talk about what some other things that we can do instead of that, but funding people could not be one of those things
Right.
because staff is a recurring funding cost.
Board Member Haynes.
In the essence of time, I won't have a follow-up on this. I just want to know, is Capturing Kids' Hearts, are we still considering that a part of SEL? And also, in terms of Capturing Kids' Hearts, not SEL, is there a free version of this offered by the state? And why didn't we utilize that, if so?
I'm not aware of a free version of this being offered by the state. If there's one, I'd love to know about it. I know that that is one of our guardrails that we use for metrics. I was looking at Chief Thompson to share information about how we have Capturing Kids' Hearts in our strategic plan. Trying to think what the rest of your question was.
Are we still considering Capturing Kids' Hearts as a part of SEL?
We do consider Capturing Kids' Hearts as a part of SEL, and that is actually in the slide deck. Do you remember what slide it is, Chief Thompson? And it speaks to the things that it provides to students and to staff. And then we also have some other things that can provide supports in that way.
What slide is that? So she can see it.
While they're looking for the slide, let me just, 201.
It's okay, you answered the question, it's okay. Let's move on. I wanna.
Board Member Stone.
Thank you. My question has to do with how allocations work for this. Basically, it looks like we're on a numbers allocation system that, they've got 10 students, you get X person. You add 11 people, then you get another person. So if schools, I think the number is 450 kids per counselor.
I can get the ratio. I think it's 1 to. It's 1 to 350 students, for example, for school counselors. So we acknowledged that we are not close to the ASTA model, the national average of what school counselors ratio should be. But Chief Klutz and I, we are much better than other districts because we've put a lot of our local funding into that. But you would get no argument from us that we could never have enough counselors, social workers, and psychologists and school support students.
What my question has to do, though, the allocation is based on numbers.
Yes.
Is there a way that we can incorporate student need into that allocation factor? Because one school may not be populated with high needs kids where another school might be. So if we're operating to a number, that's equal, but it's not equitable.
Okay, so we do have the ratios in here, but when we get to section 2 on allotments, we're actually going to walk through a school from start to finish that talks about each of the different ratio allotments and then how supplemental funding can help with equity on top of what's equal.
We do, can I ask a follow-up on this one just a little bit? We do have the data necessary, though, to do that, right?
Correct. And we're going to walk you through all of that in section 2, if that's okay.
So you're saying that's in section 2, that's where we're going to talk about how many ratios for mental health staff?
Yes, ma'am.
Or per school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You got another question? Okay. Flash your ranking.
Y'all hear me? Okay. I don't know.
For me, I think my question on the other day was about in SEL, and we were talking about tools that we possibly utilize to identify the needs of our students. I think one of the questions was around the student satisfaction survey. And for me to better understand that, is that a tool that is a part of opting in and is that a part of opting in, opting out? Do students automatically take that? Or is that an opt-in, opt-out situation?
The student survey is student opt-in. Every question on the student survey is in compliance with Parents' Bill of Rights. In other words, we're allowed to ask those questions. And students in grades 5 through 12, actually 13, have the opportunity to take that on an annual basis. If I may, I think some of the other questions you were asking around, that would not be a survey we would use to identify individual student needs. It would more tell us the health of our SEL, mental health, and student belonging across the district.
So do we have anything in the budget, or are there plans to be in the budget around identifying student needs when it comes to SEL for this upcoming budget year?
Part of the state strategic plan that Dr. Balknight was speaking of has currently a metric around the youth risk behavior survey. The state gives it every other year, and it would be a survey that would help us understand a little bit more about what students need as a whole. It is exempt from Parents' Bill of Rights at the state level, and so there are questions that can be asked a part of that survey that could not be asked in a survey that we create or that we get from a vendor. Does that make sense?
What's the name of it again?
Youth Risk Behavior Survey. It's YRBS, and it's out of the CDC. We do give it every other year.
Risk of what, though? What risk are we focusing on?
Some of the questions will ask about, have you considered harming yourself? Do you drink alcohol? It's all the risk factors. So it's really
Under
trying
SEL.
to, yes, it's trying to determine well-being.
Thank you.
I have a question. It's particularly related to slide 17. When we're talking about the assumptions that were used in determining the counselors, psychologists, social workers, I don't see anything in here about, it looks like the basis is on student enrollment, absenteeism rate, the number of students experiencing homelessness, and grade, school performance grade. So there's no incident, there's no consideration about things like discipline, or that doesn't come into this in the assumptions. Like, are you looking at that data to determine what supports are needed?
So we're looking at the data that you just lifted, like McKinney-Vento. We're able to put additional supports in place for social workers if they have a high population of McKinney-Vento students. So those are the things that I think we'll talk about in the allotment section about how we weight who gets additional social work support. But for example, the example you shared, if there was a discipline need or a concern, that maybe we reach out to have one of our partners have additional school-based therapists in the school. That's an in-kind service. But the other thing they do when they're not seeing students is they do training with the staff. They do general training with students. So we're able to leverage those supports as well. And that's where we could also add additional supports to the school. The other thing that we've done is that we have really worked to change the role of the career development counselor. They're called CMC, IMC, SPC at the high school, so that they can do more of the college advising, for example, in a high school, so that the counselor has more time to support students with enrolled, enlisted, employed, but can really also focus on SEL needs of the students. I understand that's not completely answering your question, and more of that may be highlighted when we do the allotment section.
I'm just processing it. The other question is, I just want to be clear. We're talking about the next slide, 178. Is this saying that the budget presentation that we received last year was incorrect in terms of the funding for psychologists?
Yes, the PowerPoint presentation that had the amount was incorrect. This is information we were throwing together very, very quickly in response to board questions. We did not have a lot of time to do it. I simply summed the column of salaries. And when you sum the column of salaries, I did not account for that we allocate those positions into multiple schools. So we might have had a 0.2 FTE, and the salary in the column is the full salary. That should have been reflected and adjusted, and I did not. So we have the very same amount of support this year as we did last year. There was no decrease. It's just the calculation that was done was incorrect.
In other words, it was correct in the budget book. It was not correct
yeah.
in the PowerPoint.
Right.
So in the budget book, it would have said 11.3 million.
So if it was wrong on the PowerPoint, but were the number, our ask, that number the same in the budget book and in the PowerPoint? Because if those two were different, that means there's a difference in $7 million somewhere.
Yeah, will you please explain in the budget book what that line item would be called? Are they all lumped together, psychologists, social workers, counselors?
There's an object code and a purpose function, right, that won't mean anything to you guys. So there's a general ledger account code that you could look at in the detailed budget line item that you could add up. And that's when you asked for this information last year, we had to go and pull multiple lines, right? It's not just one line item that you go to the budget book and look, right? Because these positions are allocated over multiple schools. We have 185 schools, so you have to pull a lot of data to be able to get the information that you were asking for. Not only, you also have to pull the supplement line item, you have to pull the FICA, the hospitalization, and the retirement. So all of that has to be pulled together. So it's not just one line item. The budget is aligned with the resources that we have. When we put it on the PowerPoint, we ran the total on a column that we should have paid more attention to.
So the difference is what you see here, 11.3 million.
Is the corrected amount.
Is the corrected amount, and then this year is 11.5 million. So 99.45 positions, and this year is 99.60 positions.
So I'm a little bit confused because of the language that was just used, that, you had to pull it from different places because it's different schools. Quite don't understand that, but not the point of this. Last year, I don't understand if it was a recommended budget, it would be, this number is what you're saying that we need, right? I mean, this is what the need is. I mean, that's what's in the, yes, this should be what we need.
It's what we have. That 11.3 represented the number of resources that we had included in the budget.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, just for example, in this budget, this year is for the next year, for 26-27 that you're asking us to vote on, it's saying $11.5 million is what we're saying we're going to fund in psychologists for 26-27. Yes.
It is included in the budget. Yes.
All right. We may not fill all those positions. Yes.
I think we're at 99% fill rate on overall positions. Yes, it's always possible that we won't fill positions. Yes.
So last year, you indicated that the 18 million, whatever the error was with that, but that number you were working with, you were trying to work with the positions that were filled at the time, and you were making the presentation for this school year, the 25-26 budget, yes?
No, we go to an all-employee file, so we go to a payroll file that has all of the employees that are employed, and then we go to the HR file and look for the vacancies. So positions allotted that aren't filled, and then we compare that to the allotment that we actually have allocated to the schools in our position control.
So I guess I'm wondering what analysis is done to determine what the number should be, as opposed to what's already been allotted.
It's a formula base. So the state allocates, and it might be helpful when we get to the allocation to walk through this, because every position that's allocated from the state, it's based on formula. So we allocate based on formula, and then we do the plus, which would be all of the things that are county. Does that make sense? So that I understand what you're asking. It might be more help, and we don't have to move away from this now, but it might be more helpful when we go through all of the allocations, because we're going to walk through what it looks like for a kindergarten teacher first, second, because of K3, and third, because of K3 class size, and then fourth and fifth. Ninth grade has a different allocation, and then social work, like everything, assistant principals, all of those, we'll walk through that.
Any other questions on whole child and safety? I feel like there was some questions. Well, I guess that might be an allotment stage, the BMTs and all that. That's in that allotment discussion. Yeah. All right, board members, you're asking any other questions about whole child SEL? All right. You're asked to do the same. You have a worksheet in front of you to make the determination of if it's anything else or any, go through your questions list. It's just as we did Saturday. And if something needs to be lifted up now, then it can be. But I will say, yes, what minute, so.
It seems like from the we need to go through the allotments, and then I'll feel good that plans up.
I was just thinking, before I can fully answer this get my thoughts around it, I need more foundational understanding of how the allotments look. And then I'll be able to say for sure, yes, I understand. Number 6.
For Dr. Hedge.
Yep. So I need to take a moment of personal privilege, but before I leave, I wanted us to go back to staffing, and just in case this is going to be addressed, what our recommended request, what I'd like for my board colleagues to consider is an amendment to the 3% assumption, understanding the rationale and the historical evidence for why it was that way when it was presented, but based off where we are now, considering updating that assumption because we have more information. So I just want to put that in the room before I step out.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Madam Clerk, if you note that strategy adjustment.
Is it still buzzing?
No, go ahead.
Okay, it is, but okay. Sorry, I'll get through it real quickly. We can go into the next section, but I do need to overlap and have a better understanding, because I'm trying to wrap my mind around if the presentation that we received last year was not correct. It should have been 18.3 versus 11.3 versus 18, but the ask at the end of the presentation was the same. I just want to see, but then in our budget book, the number is the same. Where's that 7 million? I'm still trying to wrap my mind around that.
What do you mean by ask?
The total number, the total number, if it was $18 million that we asked in that particular section, because in our presentation this year, psychologists, this number, all the different things, but at the end of the PowerPoint, we have a total number of whatever, 600 and something million dollars. Am I right? What's our ask for the county?
That's the local ask, but
That's what,
this $11.3 million that's identified here is a combination of state, local dollars from prior years. And there are no new dollars asked for in that 11.3. So that 668 or whatever million it was last year, there was no new money added related to this 11.3. This was money we either had already from the state or the county.
so in the combination of those things, we had a bottom line number of what we asked for from the state, local combined.
Yeah, we don't
That number-
necessarily ask for it.
Not ask,
It's what we already have. It's what the state's gonna allocate us.
You can use the
And-
term, you're right.
Yes, sir, and what we already have in our existing budget for local. But in terms of our expansion county ask, we did not ask for any social workers, counselors, school psychologists. We didn't ask for any positional allotments last year from the county. Does that make sense?
It does, but
He still has, I think what you're asking, and I could be totally wrong, but was the total budget off by 7 million? Okay,
No.
that's what he was asking.
No,
Was the
but
total?
the only thing that was off is on the brick slide.
yes.
There was a miscalculated human error on the brick
Okay.
that's on a power slide side. There was nothing that was in error from what we pulled from the state. There was nothing in error from our current allotment from the county, and we did not ask for additional. So when we were calculating what are the strategies that make up the brick and how is it funded, when they went and started pulling all the files to make the number reconcile, the number on that PowerPoint slide was off, but the actual number of people and the actual number of dollars was not incorrect.
May I just try one more thing, one more approach? The budget was a $2.1 billion in total, and that's what you're trying to tie to, right? I hear you. So if you take all of the dollars in every one of the slides related to the bricks, it does not tie to $2 billion. It does not, because things like transportation and operations and clerical, things that aren't goal aligned, we only put very specific goal aligned. So I wasn't tying to a $2.1 billion because we were only doing goal aligned. So things like utilities aren't there. All those, there's a ton of things that's not in that number.
Thank you.
I think the other thing, just to add to that, a great example, Mr. Rankin, is when you look on the slide for whole child safety and security, that is like a flash in the pan of how much money we spend on that entire area, because we do not include all. It is just a very small idea of what our total budget is. Does that make sense? So I believe one of the things Dr. Balknight provided, I see Board Member Stone has it up with all of the things that we offer in terms of whole child support, safety, security, all those things. Like there's real dollars that are tied to that. It just doesn't show up on the brick.
No, I'm clear now. I get it now.
Does that make sense?
No, I'm saying, I'm clear now that if I add up the total brick, all the bricks, there's stuff missing there that won't give us 2.1 billion. That's what I was making sure. Yes, I'm good now.
Okay, I think that we are, at the conclusion of this section. But I think that I can speak for the board. Board can correct me. For whole child, we want to see different strategies.
Yeah, I had a question, like the why. We didn't include anything from the county in an ask the prior year. Why? I guess the why because I think we have before. So why did we make that decision not to, and even in this budget, I'm just.
Because we only have a finite amount of dollars. So my strategy has been that we're going to ask the county for things that we can't fund on our own. So, and they'll talk about this a little bit later, but the reason why we didn't ask for more school psychologists or more social workers or whatever is because we knew that in 18 years, we have not given our bus drivers, custodians, like all those people a raise. So that rose to a higher level of we need to pay people more rather than just add a whole bunch of more positions. Plus we had a lot of vacancies on the books as well. Does that make sense?
Right, and I think that's what always needs to be said when you think about these positions that we think is so critical to our classrooms. When we talk about safety and social emotional learning, we see these positions as so critical. So when we say we're not looking at increasing them, then it's always important. It's a balance.
Yes, and so what we heard was instead of adding more, we need high quality of the ones we have. And so do we want just more bodies, or do we want to be able to impact and have a higher quality individual? Same thing with there's a trade-off with everything.
Right.
So we certainly can ask for more social workers and counselors, but we would have to say no to something that's already up there. It can't be utilities. We got to keep the lights on.
Right.
Or it can be a teacher supplement. I don't think anybody wants to touch that. It could be our classified studies. I don't think that's an option. And then the only other thing that was up there was, or we didn't even do charter pass-through last year. So we would have to pull from one of those three things if we wanted to add. And so the way that the budget is always developed is we go out and ask all of these different stakeholders, what are the things that we need to do to meet the board's goals? And in those conversations, we do not hear we need to add. Now, we do hear we need to add social workers, counselors, and guidance counselors, but not an ask from the county. It's an ask from the state, because all of those positions are state allocated positions.
Board Member Monterey Devon.
Thank you. I guess for me, for clarity purposes, I understand the funding, how certain funds are one-time funds, like the SEL, Capturing Kids Hearts, it's a one-time fund. So we can't say, hey, let's add more staff because that's a recurring fund or a recurring expense. What type of flexibility do we have with these funds if we said, like, hey, let's reinvest them into something else that's not a recurring fund? If the board feels like, hey, what are our other options?
Yes, thank you for asking that question. We have options.
I think Dr. Esposito and Dr. Chair, I was not as out, so I'm sure. But we got a 204. I think that was two of the questions. There are two questions, and Dr. Esposito and I worked on this to provide some opportunities or options. So if we no longer fund Capturing Kids Hearts, the suggestion, thank you, would be to use all of the funds for the following SEL programming. So some of the things that I lifted from the state superintendent strategic plan, like doing a program evaluation and some of those things, or we could use some of the funds to continue to support SEL programming as we support the pyramid. But one of the things that we had the opportunity to engage with the board is on the parent and family engagement. I know that a new policy is coming, and we believe that that's going to be a big lift to bring that to fruition as we support the regulation that will need to be aligned with it to move it forward. So working collaboratively, which we know that parents are a big part of the success of students in school, the option would be to work with our Chief Thompson to build potentially a dashboard for the family engagement so we could have metrics, and then also some of the other things that Dr. Esposito has been working on or thinking about as we prepare for the outcomes of what will come from that ad hoc committee. Dr. Esposito, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Doctor, can you just? Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm gonna have a follow-up, so I may ask.
Okay, yes.
Go ahead. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so we were considering some ideas around potentially developing a dashboard to monitor beyond participation when it came to family engagement. looking at ways where we could monitor, is our family engagement measuring success? Is it measuring confidence? Is it measuring satisfaction beyond just parents attending family engagement sessions, which we are currently doing at a level that's really informing our work right now. And that's a gap that I'll talk about later when I have a chance to present. But it is an area that we want to focus on and an area we want to improve. In addition, we would look at ways to increase professional development for school-based family engagement liaisons. So we have family engagement liaisons at the school level, but we would love an opportunity to provide them with more professional development and more support, which is something we could have a trade-off for. And then in addition to that, we were looking for ways to enhance our marketing and outreach efforts. And so it's more than just outreach, but it's really around engagement too. How can we get more family academy sessions in person in the communities with which our students are most underrepresented, so that we can make sure that we have people in places where our families are, and making sure that we're partnering with community organizations and trusted partners to do that. And so if there was some additional funding, those would be areas that we would focus on and strengthen within the family engagement model.
So can I ask you a question? I mean, let me just say what I think, and not as individual. I am thinking when I say to see strategies, it's those that directly impact students. I mean, frankly, I'm not, unless you tell me the cost is like negligible, but not building another system, right? I mean, it's two things you say we could build a framework or dashboard and all that. I mean, we don't have staff that can build dashboards in our IT department. I mean, just on a basic level, like, why does it have to be dollars from this budget to build dashboards when we have an IT department? I think that's where there's a disconnect for me.
Thank you for this thought starter. I would say there's a few things that I had in mind as well, so I'm glad that we're starting this conversation. I would say we know that there are partners already doing this type of work as it relates to social emotional learning. And again, I'll work with all of you to kind of figure out how to navigate that. But in my mind, it's like, how can we support them better in what they're doing? And maybe that takes away some of the cost burdens from us. Again, I don't know the footnotes of that, so we can talk about that. I would say as it relates to a dashboard, Claude AI is amazing, and the board would love to fund that for y'all so that we can create those systems, because at my job, we're creating dashboards very quickly now, and I understand the importance of it, so I'm not like making fun or like trying to say it's not needed, because I'm sure it is. I'm just saying like maybe there's a more cost efficient way, a real solution that's cost efficient that we can better use those funds for. That's just my opinion. But what I want to hear from you all is like, what are your thoughts on that? Because we do have partners that are doing this work already. How are we leveraging them, and how it relates to our funding?
So if I can go more specific, and I apologize for stepping away from the podium, but Dr. Face, can you tell me what slide that's on? I have more specific. Do you remember the? 5203. I'm phoning a friend. So to go more specific, is it before or after the triangle? So if you'll go up a slide.
That's the triangle, the answer. I was in the presentation, so I'm sorry.
What slide?
Presentation. The actual presentation that we got.
So I think this will speak to, when we can find the slide in the presentation, this will speak to, I think, what Chair Sneed was asking, what are the specifics that we want to do that directly impact SEL with students. And so as I share on that slide, I was recommending that we would still support SEL and provide some funding for family engagement at the same time. So not forsaking one for the other. But I hear that your feedback, and I know that's the purpose of today, is to get feedback on what could these funds be for. So this is great. So we have the CASTLE framework, which is a national model. So we had metrics previously aligned in our guardrails with capturing kids' hearts. So we would use these to replace those and still get some of the same data that we could get with capturing kids' hearts, but be able to do some additional things, as Vice Chair Rankin shared about collecting data from students And then also using this national SEL model to train our staff to work with our students and continue to provide the robust things that we have in schools, but to have the consistent alignment and be able to implement for 185 schools in 1 year.
So, you know,
And do the program evaluation that I continue to speak of, and then the things in the state strategic plan, like character by character is one of the state superintendents of district initiatives or initiatives for the state. So we believe that we have great things that we can pivot to that would 100% support direct impact of students in the classroom.
yeah, I mean, I think that's what the board is looking to see as some options, and of course, I'm sure the dollar value will be associated with it.
Well, it would say within the $2.4 million.
Yeah, but how that's distributed though, you
Yes,
know what I
ma'am.
mean, like.
We could share that, but we didn't go too far into the planning to not get ahead of the board. And then the other thing that I think you all, I'm sure you'll give us additional specific things, but we heard you didn't want us to mix the two. We were trying to potentially, because it's one-time funding and there's a one-time potential need to stand up family engagement in that way.
And I think in the future, what we're gonna have to do in talking 27, 28 is really look at how we're funding this area. Would it be a continued one-time funding sources? Is that a better value? Or is it, because we know that the psychologists, counselors, social workers cannot do everything, and there could be opportunity, as board member Monterey Duval mentioned, for it to provide more equity in that support through partners.
Yes, ma'am.
Because that other model is across, you know, so it's equality as opposed to equity.
And there are layers, as I've shared
Yes.
with the plan that we have. And what I'm hearing is that you want us to add additional intentional layers, but to have the core experience for all kids. And then as we already do, continue to build on it.
Yeah.
Because as we believe, you can't do enough for kids to have their Maslow's hierarchy of needs taken care of to be able to focus.
It just doesn't look the same everywhere. I mean, you know what I mean? That's just my concern.
Yeah, that's the.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Right, no, I love that, because that was exactly my point. And if there's orgs that are already doing this work, I think it makes a ton of sense for us to be leveraging that knowledge, that capital that they have of knowledge, the cultural knowledge, the local knowledge, across our large district. So I love that we're having this conversation and that we're open to thinking about that. I want to learn more about how we are leveraging our partners,
Okay,
as well.
all right. Can we bring this to a close? Okay, all right. So Stacey, I think you captured from the first two sections, at least the initial broad strategies that we discussed here today, or what we want to see in the next presentation, or the recommendation, I should say. All right, you want to do alignments next, right? Yes, it's section 2. That's section 2, correct? Okay. Oh, sorry, tab 3. It's number 2 on your worksheet and tab 3 in your book. 113.
So if it's possible, what we'd like to do is actually walk you through a school to be able to walk through exactly how all the words we've been saying show up for at least one school. But what you have is how this shows up for every single school aligned by goal. So I'm going to start us off.
Okay.
Behind tab 1, you have, this is going to kind of get messy on your table for just 5 or 10 minutes. It's going to get messy. And if you want to do it with a partner, that's fine too. Behind tab 1 are the ratio formulas for how we allocate staff in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. If you're able to go to slide, don't turn to slide 36, 35 or 36, but if you're able to look at, could you flip to 35, 36? Yes, please. So what you see, these ratios are less than the state ratios in every place that you see a green dot. So what you see on this page means that our class size our class sizes in these areas are smaller than the class sizes that the state funds us for. And everywhere you see a green dot, and in all of these ratios, it means that either this budget makes up the difference or local funding makes up the difference. Am I right so far, Chief Clark? Right? And I just want to call that out in terms of comparison. So when we hear like surrounding counties saying that they're going back to state funding because they don't have local support, what they're saying is that they're now going to be decreasing their ratios, their sheet that looks like this, because they have no extra money. Because we have extra support, which we're super grateful for, or we make decisions within the budget, our ratios are smaller. Yes.
Behind tab 1, that's the state, Alice? That's the state.
Behind tab 1, it says at the top, Charlotte-Mecklenburg School.
This is the state.
This is us. That's the state. Now, if we look at Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, I'm going to go to the left side under position and go across, and I will not do every position, I promise you. But if we just start looking at assistant principal, when you go across to the right on that row, you can see that it's 1 per 800 students in elementary school. You can see for middle that it's 1 per 700 students. You can see for high school that it's 1 for every 600 students. And then you can see how that's broken down by pre-K 6, K 8, and pre-K 8, and then 6-12 schools.
Sorry. I always get confused on this, so just a point of clarification. Everybody gets 1. And then for every 800 more, you get plus 1. So the base is not 0, the base is 1 for most schools, unless it's a teeny tiny.
So every school has an assistant principal,
Correct.
at least one,
Correct.
Unless it's teeny tiny,
I see,
like
or more than 800.
early college, for example, because they have less than 200 students. Okay, sorry.
You're good. So if we go down next to counselors, which is kind of what we were one of the areas we were talking about for guardrail 3, you can see that's broken down by elementary, the number per student enrollment, middle, high, and then it's the same thing. It goes across by each type of school.
The
Yes.
baseline for this is 0 though, right? Because it doesn't have the plus button.
There's 1 per school. So if you look under elementary in that first column, it would say there's always going to be 1 per school.
Okay.
And then when you get to 476 students, then that's where you would have 2.
Okay.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
It's kind of confusing. And small print.
Chief Thompson. So if I'm reading this correctly, if I said 15.9, does that mean that there's 15.9 students per teacher?
That
15.9.
That means that when you look at the state number of kindergarten teachers, what they fund, it's 554.2. But we actually have 570, so we have 15.9 more teachers.
That are locally funded. So we have so for 4 through 5, we have 113 less that are locally funded.
That is correct.
Oh, yeah.
Just so I'm clear, because I was trying to figure out this in comparison to this. So what we're saying, wherever there's a green dot, we're saying that our ratios are lower than what's on here. The only one that because 4 through 5 is still a part of elementary.
Correct.
So how does that play into our ratios when we're looking at all these other dots?
I think when we start to look at a school scenario, I think that will become clear here, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Awesome. Okay. I don't want to go too deep on this ratio.
Okay.
but what you can see is that all along the left-hand side here are all the different, when we say positions are formula funded and how we come about the decisions that are made, they're based on, these positions are based on these formulas. And all principals get this. This is like the holy grail to principals, because this is how principals can kind of know, oh, yes, I should expect to have this many counselors because there are this many students enrolled in my building. That's the equity part, and I'm going to walk you through that, but then I'm going to share with you also the things that are added on and why.
Thank you. I'll just speaking my language here. Question though, how did, and I don't know if this is the right time to ask it, but the facilitators, the master teachers, those people who are not assigned to a classroom, where are they counted? And are they in like the part of the calculation for student to teacher ratio?
So if you go to the fourth row, you'll see master teacher literacy.
Yeah.
And you'll see that there's one for every school.
Gotcha. Okay.
Similarly, the master teacher for math in the next row down has one for every school.
Okay. So that does not impact the ratio.
They are not allocated by ratio.
Thank you.
And the reason is because their function is to support teachers.
Right.
They can support students directly, but their primary purpose and function is to support teachers.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is really helpful. I have a quick question regarding the assistant K through 3. If I am a principal and I have limited teachers to fulfill that 18-to-1 ratio, am I adding in a assistant into that classroom to then be able to have a larger classroom and technically have two people in the building, in the room, in the classroom? Does that make sense?
If in normal circumstances, the answer would be no. And we have what's called a teacher leader pathway program, in which teachers who have applied and been selected because of their extraordinary impact on student outcomes can have more students in their classroom. Some of the models that support that do involve using a teacher assistant, because maybe there's 35 students in a classroom, which would be a lot for like a first grade classroom. But that teacher is so amazing. It would be better to have the students with this amazing teacher and a teacher assistant who can support than perhaps not. Does that make sense? So we do not break any rules that the state has around ratios or anything along those lines. But Teacher Leader Pathway is a state-supported program that allows us to be flexible with those. Teachers earn more compensation because they're taking on more students and they're able to impact more students. And the results they get are really amazing. Any other questions on this part, or did I miss anything, Chief Butts?
I just wondered if I could just provide one moment of clarity. The screen that you're seeing right now is specific to ADM teachers. That's a type of allocation, right? So that's our classroom teachers. It's not all of the allocations that are listed here. This is one specific type.
Which would be where it says ADM teacher down on the left-hand side, base allotment. That's where this shows up. That our ratios are smaller than the state ratios. Does that make sense? Okay. Now we're going to play it out with a school. Are you ready to go? Okay, I'm trying to read the room. So in the front cover, this is where it's going to get a little messy. You're not going to need your notebook. So if you want to put it to the side or around, you absolutely can. But on the front of your notebook, you have a packet that looks like this. If you look at the back sheet in your packet first, it has a blue row at the top
We're not gonna spend a ton of time here. But this packet for every single school in the district compares last year to this year. So one of the questions was, what's changed by school? You know, I know Board Member Witherspoon, this was a struggle for us on the printing part, we tried really hard, but you have it digitally as well.
Well, thank you. This is helpful. So whoever
Yeah.
struggled with this. you did it
Yeah.
For good reason.
So we're telling you the formulas, how all this comes about. And then we're also sharing with you, when people are saying to you, I've lost position, this would help be a source of truth by position to help you know, hey, just base level, did they? Right? Because sometimes you don't know, or the circumstances under which they've lost the position might be a little different. So all you hear is, we lost 4 counselors. You'll be able to go to any school in the district and say, go to the counselor column and say, oh, let me look at that to understand a little more. So that's high level, how last year compared to this year. Now we're going to go one layer deeper and we're going to compare last year to this year, but we're going to do it with these ratios. We'll take a, yes, ma'am.
Before you do that, I just have a question. So, this question as well, and you provided me the list. I asked for projection versus actual for 24, 25, 25, 26, and then what you were doing for 26, 27. Then in year for 25, 26, the funding was based on the actual number, right?
Of the prior year.
Of the prior year. So 25, 26 was based on the actual number for 24, 25.
Yes.
All right. So 26, 27 is based on the actual number for 25, 26.
That's right.
So when you say projection for 26, 27, these numbers should be the same.
Can I show you? I think it will make sense when we lay it out on one of these sheets, because you're exactly right. And this is what people get super confused about. Is the funding versus the way we allot positions while we're waiting on funding.
What? I need about that. I'm like confused.
Okay, can we walk it through?
Yes,
Would that be okay?
Yes.
We'll
Sorry,
totally
I
come
didn't mean
back.
to cut you off.
No, you're good. Okay. So let's look at the goal 1 packet. It would be the first one that you have. And you're gonna want the first 2 pages. Just in black and white.
Black and white.
Says goal 1 at the top.
Yeah, I said goal 1.
Goal 1 at the top.
Goal 1.
Oh, okay, yeah. And you're gonna want the first 2 pages going across. And we could not fit this all the way across, so you have 2 pages, and we're gonna look across the first row on both pages. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have it do.
Inspiration versus the TV.
You,
I got a slide 81, the different one, they're like
Okay.
small little portion.
I'm fine. I can go straight. Even at this age. I'm used to reading.
Yeah, okay.
So we're looking at Albemarle and Albemarle.
Let's do it. So Albemarle Road Elementary School, I'm gonna go left to right. I'm gonna say all the things because I wanna make sure that you see, because I don't want you to get lost. So we're on row 1. The school number is 300 and it's Albemarle Road Elementary School. You with me so far?
Yeah.
It's an elementary school and it's in Board District 4. You also have a ruler if you're having trouble, but I think they have a lot going on. Okay. All right, here we go. We're gonna keep going. Ready?
I'm listening.
So the first section at the gray at the top, you see it's coded enrollment and projections. And so Chair Sneed, this is gonna kind of go back to what you said.
For Albemarle Road Elementary School, the projected enrollment was 648 students. The 25-26 projected enrollment was 648 students. That's what our projection said would be the total number of students this year at Albemarle Road Elementary. This year, at the end of month 2, there were 649 students enrolled in that building. So those projections, woo, pretty good. Next year, their projection is 673 students. You with me so far?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're going to see how the allotments, how the positions they've been given next year connect to that number. Yes.
I got that. I want to stop you right there because how did you come up with the number 673? Where did that come from?
The factors that go into the projection.
Yep, fantastic. Dr. Botman's going to talk about it.
So we take the projection, it's the best of the first 2 months. So we wait for finance to tell the student planning placement office, which is the best number. So once they give us the number, we look at it by school, by grade level.
214.
So that is clearly the number, right? Then the only thing that changes that, here are a couple things. So for an elementary school, the kindergarten number, because we can't project, we don't have any idea of how many kindergartners are coming. So basically leave that kindergarten number the same. And then we roll it up because those are our first graders. So we roll up every grade level. That means 5th grade in the elementary school, if it's a K-5 school, the 5th graders go out of the school, right? So then we've doubled kindergarten, so now they're the new kindergarten and they've rolled up to 1st grade. The only other thing that changes that number are kids that are transferring in and kids that are transferring out. So your number could significantly change if kids are transferring out. So oftentimes, for example, we were looking at this data yesterday and somebody said, oh, there's a new school that's not a CMS school in that area. That could be why the numbers, because you'll begin to see, like sometimes people say, I've lost 2 teachers. I don't know what happened. Because you'll begin to see, for example, you're moving larger grade levels out than are coming in. And if you remember from our proper GIS report and the state report about demographics and topography across the state, they have predicted that many districts will experience loss. There was a national report that came in a couple weeks ago that this is the lowest birth rate in history. So we're beginning to see that people aren't having this many children, so it's impacting. And we'll begin to see that over time, but we're predicted to be one of the few out of 6 districts in the state that in a few years their enrollment will increase again. So when we get to middle school, I'm just going to explain middle school. Middle school oftentimes, because I remember I told you those 5th graders roll up to middle school, but now we have to look at their attendance boundaries. So then we have to figure out, we don't make the best educated guess like we do for kindergarten. We know where the kids are for 6th grade. So then we pull those students into the school and then we do the same thing. We move the 8th graders out, we roll everyone up, we add transfers in and reduce the transfers out. And then the same for high school. And so the higher the grade level, the more moving parts. And oftentimes you'll see that sometimes families don't come to us for middle school, then they'll come back in high school. So, and sometimes even in school. So it's just, there are lots of different factors, but a lot of them I can tell you off the top of my head just because I've been doing it for a couple of years and you know where the pockets are because the principals called and say, hey, I lost teachers, but I know that there's all this growth, apartments, buildings and things. Well, we have to know based on facts and data because we do something at the beginning of the year called no-show. We may have thousands of kids that don't show up at the beginning of the school year, but they were on our roster. We're going to schedule for them. So we can't really do projections for the following year until we can really do what's the best of 2. And so that's why when principals say to you, I know I'm going to have 200 more kids and they're giving me credit for, we can't count the neighborhood that's being built across the street. It has to be actual information because we don't know how many kids are moving into that neighborhood and we don't know that they have decided to come to Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. So that's sometimes the difference with projections where principals struggle. I know I'm going to have more kids, but we don't know it because we have to look at the data. And you can see in this Albemarle Road, we projected 648 and we were 1 student off.
Yeah, I'm moving.
For the sake, just for the sake, for the sake of this example, I'm just, in my understanding, so in 2025, 2026, the projected enrollment for Albemarle Road Elementary was 648. And then you looked at the best of the two ADM, and that was 649. And then are you saying that the difference, the delta between the 2026-27 projected enrollment, so it's 673, so the delta of 673 and 649, is that you transferred? People are that they're transferring, like?
It could be a combination of two things. It's either more kids are transferred into Albemarle Road Elementary, or one of those grade levels that I rolled up had more kids in it than the 5th grade leaving.
Sorry, run the back.
So it's one of two things, and you call that the transfers. Either more kids transferred in, that could be one of the options, or one of the grade levels that I rolled up, like for example, because I keep the kindergarten number for kindergarten and 1st grade, they could have 20 more kids in that kindergarten, and now that I've added.
Oh, I see, because you're using the kindergarten number from the previous year, so we may have had more kindergartners incoming.
That just tells me they may have a larger grade level, but a school that's going to experience a loss that she may show you in a minute, they may have had a large 5th grade that moved out, and now they've lost 20 kids total because their 5th grade was really large.
Okay, so 673 is then the actual of 25, 26.
That's the projected enrollment for 2026.
I know, but is it based on the, because that's the actual of 25, 26?
That's the best, that's the projected based on transfers in, transfers out, and enrollment of grade levels, which is why the 649 number potentially there's a difference. I answer your question.
I think I'm just confused, but I don't want to be like, I don't want to stick around, so I'll just grab you in the back to get further clarification.
Okay.
I'm not understanding. It's not anything that y'all are doing. Yeah.
Well,
I just don't know where the 673 is coming from then, because
the 673 that's for next year. So that means that the best of two was 673 plus either transfers in or out, or there's a larger grade level in there somewhere than the grade level that I moved out.
So 673 is the best of 2 months.
Yes. Plus
the trend.
Yes.
Any changes?
Plus or minus.
Of transfers within that year.
Yes, or a grade level that is larger, that is positively impacted.
Okay, copy that. Thank you.
It's very simple at the elementary level, and that's why I said it gets a little bit more complicated than the higher grade.
Okay.
Are we gonna look at goal 3? Because that's where a lot of my questions are. I'm gonna get to go through. Are we just looking at goal 1? Or can I ask a question around goal 3? Do you want to stay here and explain? I have questions around some of the school ones on 3. Well, that's the one I see that has high needs.
My preference would be that we finish this one example, and then it would be absolutely what you guys would like to do next. We could walk through goal 3. I can stay after and walk through goal 3. It's going to be a very similar process. We could do whatever you would like, but I think to not get all the way through one, we won't know how to wrap it up.
You want to go through one?
Does that work?
That's my question.
Okay. I'm going to ask Chief Klutz a question though before we go forward. The fact, and somebody referenced this earlier, the fact that we have 649 students this year and our projected is 673 next year, is that tricky for funding purposes? How are principals feeling that this year?
That's right. If we could, I'd like to go high level, district level first, because that determines what our schools, how our schools are impacted or adjusted.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, we can go by this level, but if you can start with what our enrollment was for 25, 26. And then once you add up all these numbers, what is it for 26, 27? Not 20, 26, 27.
I understand. So I am looking at the North Carolina DPI dashboard that is the best one of two ADM historical view from 2001 to 2026. So if you need any information on this, I'm happy to share that with you. But what's the point is we want to look at the last few years of our ADM average daily membership. So right now, 2026, so 25, 26 was the better of the first or second month is 139,476. That's our official number second month of the year this year. That is the number that they give us our planning allotment and our budget on for 26, 27. So that's the number I have to tie to. So I'm tying to 139,476. So I tell Dr. Bachknight's team, you cannot exceed 139,476 in your total projection. I don't care how you mix it up in the middle, because people move, there's choice and there's all of these other factors. I don't care how she mixes it up, but at the end of the day, if she exceeds 139,476, we can't afford it. So she just sticks to that number.
You talking about in planning for 26, 27?
I am.
But what is the actual number?
For 25, 26?
No, for 26, 27. What is
26, 27, we have to project at 139,476.
I don't understand what's happening.
There's a slide that we did that I think might help a little bit as well. Slide 34.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's.
It's in the PDF, sorry.
Yeah, and that's what I'm concerned about, what's a big difference. What do they see and why are they? Why they, you started to answer why they're seeing this and why they're seeing the difference, why Prince was concerned.
Yeah.
So we can't, our projected total number can't go above that 139,000, blah, blah, blah. Even if right now today, we could have more students than that in our district.
Right,
That's
so,
correct.
you make the projections are matching that number.
That's right. That's right. So,
yeah. Okay.
So there's, the question was that I think I've heard quite a few times. So we tried to do this. Why does it feel different this year?
right, it's very different.
There's
So that was around my question. 24, 25, we're 141,000 students, right?
we did.
24, 25, we're 141,000. 25, 26, we're funded at 141,000 students. But we came in at 139. So that difference, can it not be applied, or are those funds already been allocated? That's my thought. Where are those funds?
Yeah.
Even though we had 139 show up, funded at 141, why can't those funds make up the difference for this upcoming year where we possibly could have more?
No, that's a great question. So let me just frame it for everyone. So the model change, North Carolina DPI, that's option number 2, the funding based on actual students instead of projected students. And a few years ago in 24, 25 is when 39. Oh, sorry, 34 should be. Is that right?
Page 34.
This what we're looking at? This is? Oh, wait a minute.
Yes, that's it.
Page 34.
Good. Okay. In 2024-25 was the first year of the model. And so we changed from the state used to project. So in a growing system, if we were 141,000, but we think we're going to be 142,000, the state would go ahead and give us the idea of some money for that, right? They would put that in our planning allotment based on their projection at the state. So state said Mecklenburg County was going to be 142,000. They'd put it in our budgets. Then the way the model worked before was after the better of the first or second month ADM. So in October, we would get notified that we didn't have as many students as they projected, and they would come back and they would take the money from the district. That was difficult Because at that moment, to balance your budget, there was nothing that you could do but move teachers out.
That's right.
Right? You would collapse your vacancies, you would move teachers out. It was very disruptive to classrooms. It was not good for a district that declined. It was good for a district that increased in enrollment. It's always a good thing, right? I would say the North Carolina Department of DPI was very generous to Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools in the past with their projections, which often gave us a whole lot more cushion than we probably deserved. Now, 24-25 is when they changed that, that the uncertainty and the disruption of classrooms in October, November, December was one of the reasons that the change was driven. So the change was made, but it wasn't until the next year that we felt it in school districts. Now, we increased that year. We didn't decrease, so we did not feel a negative impact in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. We increased. This is the first year since the change that we declined our enrollment, right? So your point is they gave us money for 141,000 students this year, and we allocated to 141,000 students because that's the number I gave her the year before, right? It was 141. So your question is, where is the difference between the 139 and the 141? We allocated it to the students because we thought we were going to be at 141,000. So, and then because of this model, when we looked at leveling in October and November, when we normally do, we decided not to be disruptive to schools. I should have, based on the budget and the numbers, I should have cut about 200 positions. I didn't. I cut about 30 positions, and that was related to vacancies and things that we could do, and we would not disrupt schools, right? And the reason I did that is because the state didn't take the money away from me this year. They didn't take it away. I still have it. So I can carry those positions through June of this year, but I have to do something for July because they've already cut my money.
Thank you. I
Just
wanted to know. I just want to say, so now moving forward, I don't know if we'll have the ability, just like we're doing with the increase. We're planning just in case, right? That, okay, just in case the state comes in more, we're trying to plan for that, just in case we have less students or more students. Moving forward in this budget process, will we have an opportunity to plan for just in case, or we're just gonna?
Yeah, do they adjust this alternatively? Like,
No, what I'm saying is, let's say we get 100, we're funding for 139. For next year in our budget, there's no way for us to kind of make plans for if we do get, instead of 139, we get 141 again. Is there a way to plan for that? Just like we're doing with the pay increase with the state level and all that stuff.
There is a provision
Okay.
in the state formula that we can request. So if we are 1%, I think it's 1% over our projected number or our actual number for this year, if we're a little bit over, we can plead to the state. And most of the time that's going to be okay. So I arrive on day 10, I've got 1,000 more students than I have teachers for. I write the state and say, I need some more dollars for growth. As long as that's in their budget, they're going to give it to me. I'm only concerned when we don't approve a state budget, because when we don't approve a state budget, there is no reserve. And so normally there is a provision for that, but it's not guaranteed.
But just for clarity, Chief Klutz, and because I want to make sure I'm reconciling what I heard Mr. Rankin. That would not happen this time next year. It happens after the butts are actually in the seats. Correct?
Both.
So you're saying that this time next year, if we're at 142 and we're supposed to be at 139, we can request for additional funding to plan for right now?
that what you're saying?
I am.
Okay.
So it doesn't mean we're gonna get it.
So we can ask.
We can ask.
That's fair. In a follow-up,
Yes, of
just
course.
speaking strategy. Okay, strategy-wise, we're talking about funding. Was it a thought process to say, okay, we know how much we're gonna get, keep the same amount of staffing, increase classrooms, or keep the allotments of our ratios the same and lose position? Was a thought process around that.
So you're K2 or K3, right? You have class.
K2, in every grade levels. Was that a thought process in this decision making in our budget?
So if you increase class size in your grades 4 through 12, you're going to have less positions. Is that what you asked me?
No, what I'm saying is we have to cut the number of positions because we're losing dollars because we're at 141, now we're at 139. Correct?
Right.
What I'm saying is that we have to cut those whatever 200 positions, whatever they may be. But if we kept those, if we kept those positions, that means we'd have to increase class size because we're under, when we look at the ADM, are we under what the state requires?
Yes. We are under what the state requires. So I did a different question, an answer to a question. So I think the funding model is designed in a way that I'm just going to use easy numbers. If you have 60 students,
yes,
then and your ratio is 20 students per teacher, then you have 3 teachers, right? If we decrease our enrollment and we have 40 students, we only need 2 teachers. I know that's simplistic and I know it's just high level. What the state model is saying and what our model is saying is if we don't have the students in the classroom, we don't need the teacher.
So are we ready to move on? Oh, yeah. The equity. Oh, the equity piece. Oh, the way it's happening. Is that here? Yes. I'm sorry. We still want to go through the line first? Or we
I'll get up.
Okay, we're doing so great. We're doing so great. We are. At Chastity, if we could go to slide 36 so they can see it as we keep going. All right, so we're back to Albemarle Road Elementary School. We know their projected enrollment for this year. We know where they were this year at the end of month 2. We know what they're projected for next year. So based on all the information we now know, Dr. Balknight and Chief Klutz are ready to determine how to allocate staff to that school. Aligned to ratios. Equally to ratios when we talk equity versus equality. So this whole section right here is going to be based on ratios. So let's walk across. And these are the ratio sheets we just looked at in tab 1. Albemarle Road Elementary School had 33.5 classroom teachers this past year. For 26-27, they're allocated 34. That's an increase of 0.5. Psychologists in 25-26, they had 0.6. In 26-27, they will have 1. That's an increase of 0.4. In 25-26, they had 2 counselors. In 26-27, they'll have 2 counselors. That's flat, stays the same. In 25-26, they had 1 social worker. In 26-27, they'll have 0.5 social workers. That's a decrease of 0.5. That's how they've been allocated according to the ratios on the sheet that you saw. Chastity, on slide 34, what number did I just say?
in the slide deck. Before we leave this, I want you to know what flexibility principals have with those and what flexibility they don't, because that's one of the questions that have come up a number of times. So for positions like social workers, psychologists, you'll see in middle and high school band orchestra teachers, counselors, ML, all of those types of positions. If a school has one, they have to use them that way. They cannot exchange them. They're listed right here.
Okay.
And linked on the swoosh slide, we call it, is the entire allotment guide that principals get that have all of this information. So we could dig into it. I'm a little hesitant to do that now, just given time. But I want you to know some things that's come up a couple times around programming. Some things you can't exchange because we are committed to making sure that service is in every school. We don't want, if we deemed that you need a psychologist, we don't want a principal to say, oh, no, I don't need a psychologist. I'd rather have a BNT. No, you need a psychologist. Does that make sense? In the middle section, there are things that we allocate to schools given ratios, but principals can determine how to use those to fit their context. Teacher allotments, which were the first two columns here, this classroom teachers, those are things that principals could say, hey, I'd rather have a higher class size with a teacher leader pathway teacher and exchange that ADM for a BNT or an ML teacher. So they can make those decisions around how to use teacher leader pathway funds that they receive, how to use extended day funds, and how to use those teacher allotments specifically. So no exchanging counselors, no exchanging social workers, no exchanging psychologists. Yes, you could exchange classroom teachers, but you have to keep those ratios unless you're using a teacher leader pathway program. Does that make sense? Because that was a question that came up a bunch of times, like what can people trade for and not? So I just want to make sure this section walks through all the variances and what people trade for and don't. The other thing I want to call out in this section before we move forward is that when, and Dr. Balknight referenced this, you're going to see this in some schools, Vice Chair Rankin, especially in high school. When you see really large increases or decreases, but in the classroom teacher allotments, generally something is changing with that school. So when you look here, if you go all the way down to Marie G. Davis IB World School, you see that it looks like they're losing 18.5 positions. That's because those students will be in a new school this year. Does that make sense? And so oftentimes it's connected to some sort of programming. Okay, now we're going to connect that with where students are in goal performance. That's all so far just like this is what everybody gets. It's all kind of even Steven. When you keep going across, Albemarle Road for goal 1 has 302 K2 students. We call that their MOY denominator. That's how many they had when they took their middle of year DIBELS assessment. They have 134 students who were not on track at that time. That's 44% of their K2 students. Their annual target for this year is 64.4%. And for comparison, our district target is 79%. So when we look at what schools are resourced and then how they're doing, what students need related to the goal, this is where that funding goes with the goal or can go with the goal. This section talks about that. Next.
Let's make sure we're clear. The annual targets for Albemarle Road specifically that we're talking about?
Yes.
And then, but the district, you said the district target is for everyone?
What we report on in a monitoring report is how we're at the district level doing toward the 79%. By the way, we're going to beat that, but with that's what we're reporting to you on. The annual target is the 4% increase
that when you voted on goals, you voted on a 4% assumed increase every year. And so we have you can see every school from the 22-23 baseline has a 4% increase every year. Now, I'm going to be honest, for goal 1, many of them are exceeding that increase. So they're not letting that be a floor, but that is it to be fair, and where we said schools should grow. That's where that comes from.
So the district target is not going to change, but the annual target for each individual school may change. Is what we're looking at here.
We're going to increase the district target every year.
I mean, right now in the spreadsheet,
yeah,
it's going to be 79%.
You would expect to see different goal targets.
Annual targets going to change from school to school.
That's right. Yeah. And when we do our principal data report out, a principal is going to stand up. Our team has delivered their slide deck that shows their performance, and they're going to say, Tate, my target is 64.4%. My actual is 72%. Don't hold me to that. I'm not sure what theirs is. I can look it up. And you have a dashboard that you can look all of this up into. So my target is 64.4. My actual is 72. And then the PE is please explain. So if they're above it, they're going to say the things that contributed to us being above our target are blank. We're not stopping now. We're going to continuing work on supporting ML learners because we have 20 students that we know we need to move to the next thing.
Does the CEP tie to the budget?
Okay, next, CEP. So CEP or ISP, is basically how we identify need.
I'm sorry, can you say what CEP is and what ISP is?
Yes. So CEP is the community eligibility provision. That number is, that data is held by our child nutrition services. I can't tell you whether a student is considered CEP or not. And that data goes from child nutrition to the state. It cannot live in our warehouses. And that's to protect children from in any way, shape, or form being treated differently because they're socioeconomic status. Yes.
This is just saying the number of students that's on free lunch. So that's the way.
Free and reduced lunch is a little bit different from community eligibility provision.
Totally.
So free and reduced lunch is just based on the application. Community eligibility takes in other things like TANF, SNAP, those type of things.
But it also takes into account the free and reduced lunch.
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay. And so what you're saying, and I don't know, but maybe in a sense of budgetary terms, but I guess my question is, so you have no way of saying to know the performance of socioeconomic status?
Nope. The state will report on it because they have those numbers.
But I can't. Has it, and that's how you get it after the data comes back.
For end of year only. But if you ask me in a monitoring report to provide it, I think you'll have, and I would love to.
Yeah.
I can't because I don't know it. It's protected. But the state can report on it. If I can, really the biggest thing to understand in the CEP area, because this could take us down a really long conversation, and I think it'll come back up in the entitlement grant conversation. But really what we're looking for in Y and Z is, does that school have students who probably have a lot of additional needs? That's really what I want you to see. So if you see 60% median need, if you see 106%, and we can explain why it goes above 100 later on, but if you see that high probability that students have needs outside of just a classroom teacher. Does this make sense?
Right.
Okay.
So 78% of the students at Charlotte East Language Academy have more needs.
No, I can't. That's where I think if we could do a separate conversation about how those numbers got arrived at. But in general, if right now you can hold in your brain, the higher the number, the more need, that's going to suffice. Because what I want you to see is goal performance tells you where their goal needs are.
CEP tells you where other needs are that aren't specifically tied to the goal. Does this make sense?
Yeah.
Because when we're resourcing and allocating in the theory of change, it's not just a classroom teacher. We also have family engagement and student engagement, and we have guardrail 3, and we know they all connect. So when we're talking about resourcing, we have to take into consideration both of them. Last but certainly not least, I'm going to bring it home. So Albemarle Road Elementary School has 4.5 ML teachers. That's based on the number of ML students in their school. So this is where it's important. We don't say every single school ML teacher the same number. We look at, this is where we look at how many students, what's the student need in that school, and then we're going to allocate teachers proportional to that student need.
Okay. Can you pause 1 second, because we just need to do a time check. We have some board members that y'all are stepping out, so we need to resolve if there are additional strategies that need to be presented. I'm not asking you, I'm not asking that right now because you just got your book. But as you go through the materials, I mean, and this needs to be tonight, that this is identified so we can get that information to staff. And if you have questions or that you can ask, is there a point of contact for in the morning that they can be directed to just you? Because I know you have cabinet in the morning. I'm saying if there are some questions about, because theoretically, some portion of this, they're going to be looking at it individually, or even those that can stay. If there are some burning questions, that is a priority. I don't mean how many cartons of milk that's Albemarle Road. That's what I'm talking about. But if there's some burning questions about that will impact your decision making on the budget, that there is a point of contact, like first thing tomorrow, that you need to direct those questions so the strategies can be submitted for them to, when we come back on Friday.
Yeah, if it's okay if you just put it in board inquiries, that way it won't get lost in anybody's email. Because we have Karen who will be monitoring that. Are you talking about questions?
So it's two different things.
Oh,
so one, I'm concerned about just putting in board because it's not an exchange. You get what I'm saying? Like a phone call. What if there's an opportunity for that? If it is a board inquiry type question, you don't think you need a back and forth about, you just need this piece of information, and from your assumption is that, and it's related to your decision making for this budget, then submit that. If it's just, I don't know if it's done.
I'll let you know who that is I'll let you know.
Okay, but it needs to be a phone contact because that way somebody can go to back
exchange
and exchange, and then that way you're getting this information. Well, board members by 10 a.m. or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So they can get the information so they can work on the presentation.
Got it.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll let you know.
Okay.
Okay.
The ones that are remaining, because I know these two are about to leave. The other, if y'all want to stay, that's fine. If you have to leave, then we need to say that so we can wrap up. I can stay to hear. Oh, you want? Well, if we won't have fun, we just adjourn the meeting. Oh, but no, we can't consider. Oh no,
How many can stay? How many can stay?
Y'all two will leave it. So how many is there left?
So we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4.
So you're staying. That's 5. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Okay.
It's hot in here.
It is. You're correct. Yes, you're correct.
I won't be in person Friday. I won't be.
Okay, we're on the final section. So we've done student goal need, we've done student socioeconomic need to the best of our knowledge. And so here's where the supplemental resources come into play related to what students need. This is where some schools in this supplemental resources area are getting more because students need more. Does that make sense?
So let me give, so yes, but my question is, so Using this as an example, they're getting 4.5 ML teachers. That's on top of, is that on top of, or is that a part of?
That's their total number of teachers. But the reason we put it in the supplemental area is because it's a place where not every school gets the same thing. It's based on student need, not just a ratio.
So they're not getting, it's not more teachers, it's the type of teacher. They have
More teachers for
They have-
multilingual learner students.
So let me just use this example so I can get clear. So Albemarle Road Elementary has whatever the 600, whatever that number was. The Sneed Elementary School, we have the same number of students. So
Where's that?
it lives in my head. The Sneed School has the same number of students, but whatever, it's middle of the road, it's no ML, it is no community, CEP, JFKL, none of that. Am I gonna have the same number of teachers as Albemarle Road?
You're good.
Classroom teachers.
If your enrollment is identical, you would use they would use the same formula and you would get the same number of teachers. That's your base. And that's what Chief Thompson is speaking to. You potentially, if you had Albemarle Road, if they have more EC students, they get more EC teachers. They have a higher level of ML students, so they're going to get ML teachers. There could be a school in here that has no ML students and they wouldn't get an ML support.
But the total number of teachers is the same
Yes,
for both.
yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
all right.
That's for all.
Classroom teachers.
Yes, classroom teachers, that's for all.
That's not additional, because ML is a classroom teacher.
No.
Well, it's not?
So can I just speak to what this looks like in real time?
Yeah.
So for example, I'm the classroom teacher, Beth is the ML teacher. So depending on the model, I could come in and support the ML students in the classroom with the core instruction. So it's two of us co-teaching, or if needed, I could pull the ML students out for some specialized instruction, just like we do with EC students. Yes, that's
Okay,
excellent. That's the tiers of support for
Okay,
students. So that's perfect.
If you could talk through just the equity piece. I'm trying to compare it apples to apples best I can. So look at Charlotte-Mecklenburg Language Academy. Prediction is 748. Knowledge is 724. I'm just looking at those. I haven't looked at the numbers behind it, but I'm making an assumption that the Academy of World Language probably doesn't have are they a Title I CSI TSI school? I would think they are. But I could be wrong.
You see it in there?
You would know if the column AC, AD, or AE is filled.
Can we look right
What
quick?
row is
Can
it?
we- It's at the very top, 303 and 306.
These will have title on
No, I'm not, that's right. I'm looking, so they don't have anything, so I'm right, so they don't have anything, so, but I'm looking at.
Oh, North Academy.
They don't have anything. So classroom teaching is 37 for North Academy World Language, and then for Charlotte East is 38. They also have higher needs when it comes to equity. We're making an assumption that, like, not higher needs, but additional needs that need to be met. Are we saying that those funds at the end for Charlotte East are how those needs are supposed to be getting met there? The 147 to 149? Because right, they have pretty much the same number of classroom teachers. It's been allocated to them, but they also have more, 20 more students.
Yeah, so if you look at, let's see if we're looking at this right. So we have highlighted Charlotte East. Can you scroll all the way back to the number of classroom teachers that they have?
Yes.
Yes. So you see they're at 34 and 30.
26, 27, I'm sorry, not next year, 26, 27. The next column over.
Sorry.
There you go.
Yep, so 36 and 34.
No. 26, 27 is column I.
Okay, like, can you-
38
can you go over-
students. 38 students, is that 38 teachers, classroom teachers allocated for NAW.
Yes.
But then 37 for NAW, 38 for Charlotte East. But we also identified that there are other needs that need to be.
Correct.
met.
So their classroom is the level is one off because of their numbers,
Yeah.
right? You see the total number of students. So they're at 38 and 37, right? So they're even Steven. And if you go all the way over, you will notice for ML teachers, Charlotte East has allocated 4.5 and North has 1. That's because, so on top of their, forgot the number that quickly, 35.
38, 37.
So 38, maybe they get 4.5 teachers on top of that, just for ML. They also are a Title I school.
Okay.
So they get, is that number 149? Yeah, so they get an additional $149,000, where North Academy doesn't get any. So that's where the equity comes in. And then when you go over and look at that total supplemental allotment, that's just a carryover from the Title I.
Yeah.
So that's a really good example of two schools that are the same grade span that have a similar number of students. So that's where we're allocating based on ADM, but then you see they get on top of that.
Quick question, just on the data that we collect, the state doesn't care about. As far as behavioral needs, how maybe student surveys are coming back and showing that there's really a lot of challenges in this student community. How do we, is that included in this CEP stuff, information? No, right? So how do we, what do we do for?
So one of the things that I would say, if the student has high needs, they potentially would either have some type of 504 plan or an IEP, and then we would source the student and the school to meet those needs as well.
Okay, so, but I'm talking about, if we say a school has, 50% of the population is on some, either an IEP or a 504, that's indicating there's some stuff going on, right? So how do we allocate resources to support those students and also those teachers? Because they're trying to help these kids too. So where does that allotment fit? It doesn't.
So we don't have it on this sheet, but we have something called ECCT. And we have, how many of those are taken?
I know about those, I was thinking about 504 counts too.
So we have some that support each of our performance areas. They're deployed out to the schools. So they would, for example, that's a perfect example. What I'm hearing you say is that if we had a school that had a high special population need, that's not like a metro school, potentially more of a regular school that maybe has a high level of EC students with behavior, then we would have those ECC teachers deployed from our EC department out to those schools, and they serve as like master teachers to support the teachers and model the behavior. We also use our behavior team to go out and observe and give feedback to the principal to change structures and procedures. So anytime something like that is a situation, we're aware of it, we're monitoring, and we put additional district supports in place. There's some folks that work at the district, but they're deployed to a school for 60 days to track data, change the behaviors in the school. And then there's some that are there the entire year that are assigned through the performance area. And that's how we would address that.
We also have,
It's better talk in a mic.
Sorry.
We also have special case managers, 504 case managers for schools who have high numbers of 504. So they're just there at those schools to support them.
This isn't definitely not something we need to worry about right now, but I would like to see some information. Thanks.
So the other thing that Chief Clutch was pulling up for me, the two schools that you use as an example, they are choice schools. So they have additional allotments that aren't identified on this spreadsheet.
Right. I just want to know, really get ridiculous data. To make sure we have these links. The links that will be sent to us in this format, but also so I can also, either Excel or Sheets, so it's to be able to sort. That's okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I don't know where we are with time. I will just suggest that you refer to, Chastity, can you go to the entitlement? One of the things that I want to highlight, even if we just go to the questions, schools that are identified through CEP to be Title I, which we have 105 of them. We also have poverty bands. So to Chief Thompson's point, the top tier of schools that are in the poverty band, the most at risk, they get paid more per pupil. They get more money per pupil than a school that is barely being considered a Title I school. So there are even levels of support to schools depending on the level of risk factors in their school. So the highest risk factor school would be in the top tier of the poverty band. When you think about even a pyramid, that top tier of the pyramid, they would get more money per pupil. And Chelsea, were you able to find the slide that highlights the per pupil rate?
Right here.
Yes, that's fine. So you can see by the poverty bands and the number of schools in each of those, how much they get per pupil. And then we have in the deck linked, and it'll take you to the exact schools and how much they get.
Dr. Kent.
Thank you. So I think I have two quick questions. So based off feedback that I'm hearing, recognizing that I stepped out and didn't hear, so I'm good with like a yes or no. If there are folks that have, let's call it a grievance or challenges with their allocations or allotments, do we currently have in this budget, a way to address it?
Yes, and we actually, that's in your, so I'm glad you asked that. We actually have a slide in there in the questions that speaks to the cycle. So that's a question that we've talked about earlier, where we really have trust but verify, which is what I like to say. So we go through a process, we've outlined the process so that you can see it. But we also show you the safety things that we do to make sure that a principal doesn't feel like I'm in isolation, I can't ask for help, or they don't feel comfortable. We have things that the assistant superintendents will be alert to monitor for, our human capital partners, and they have meetings with the principal. So whether the principal lists it or not, we're going to be aware of it, because ultimately at the end of the day, even in the elementary school, we can't build a master schedule if they have holes in the needs for their school. And that would come up in the 4 quarters of the year that we start preparing and building the master schedule for the next year. And so that is a slide. I don't know if we found it yet. That you can, we can talk about in greater detail, but that's what we try to do, is highlight how do we have that trust but verify thing in there in this event, so that we know that no one is making decisions in isolation and trying to solve at the school level without the team approach, because sometimes they just can't solve it and we have to figure it out for them because it's a requirement.
Thank you. And then my last question is just related to kind of like our multi-language learners. Do we have enough funding maybe to ensure that the legal requirement is met? And do we have enough teachers? Like, are we able to, do we have enough to retain those teachers? So I guess in short, for our multi-language learners, especially in the model that y'all just kind of simulated for us, do we have that in the budget?
We would always advocate to have more multilingual learner support. That's a need. But we have allocated in ratio to be in compliance with the state and federal guidelines to support multilingual learners. So the answer is yes, but we would also say that we would endorse having more support. That is a need.
Okay. Thank you.
I know we've gone through 1, so can I go 3 now? Okay.
Yeah.
It's really just one, it's one particular, it's a high school, which I have questions about. Y'all hear me? Okay, hear me? Test it. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm looking at, in goal 3 at Mallard Creek High School.
Yes, let's walk it through.
So 25-26, projected enrollment is 1853. The 102 was 2012. So it was more, we projected this number, but more students came to the school.
Correct.
But then this year's projected enrollment is less than what actually came to the school at 1747.
Correct.
And trying to figure out how we got to that number when we know that we already had 2012 arrive, and the projected number before that was even higher. How do we get to this number? Because it's kind of different than the elementary talk we just talked about.
Mm-hmm. So do you remember when I gave the example that kids show back up in high school and the principals will say, I see all the growth in my neighborhoods and all the things? I have a conversation with this particular high school every year, so I smile when you brought this high school up, because those schools that have, there's a middle school that, for example, they don't go to her elementary theaters, but they come to her. So I have the same conversation with her. So what you'll see is 2 things have happened. The graduating class at his school potentially that is moving out is larger. In addition, he tends to have kids show up potentially in the fall. They don't go to the middle school. So we can't count them in the 8th grade roll up to 9th grade. So for us to give him an additional, the allotments that he would say, I'd like to have, because I know that 200 more kids are going to come to my school. If we do that, then it's basically a guess. There's no rhyme or reason or science to that. And so one of the things that schools like this do typically is they work with their assistant superintendents, which is why we put out Title I money much earlier than we have in the past. So they have access to those funds, not to supplement, to supplement, not to supplant. But one of the things that they do is they build their schedule. And if they can't build their schedule at this time of the year, then we work with those principals. And we've done that specifically with this high school in the past. Every year that I've been here, his projected enrollment is much lower than the actual. But until we know what the actual is going to be, we can't make those decisions, because he would say, I'm going to have, for example, 300 kids. Well, he may end up with 150 more kids once school starts, but we can't make decisions to hold positions there. That means that we have to tell another school, you don't have enough position. We're going to take positions from you as you're planning for next year. Because we only have a set number of positions. Because remember, Chief Klutz tells us to back into that 139. So backing into the 139, if we don't have the numbers, and oftentimes he may not get to the number that he has now until after the 40th day of school. So they don't even count in our state ADM numbers for the best of 2 months.
No, I understand. But if you're saying historically, the projection most of the time comes in lower than what it actually arrives, why not allot that? Because it's even showing it here. You know what I mean? Like it's already there. But then I'm not saying that but he also has a decent amount of funds there, looks like, to assist with maybe possible other positions. I don't, just not to say that we're adjusting those to where they're supposed to be used something else.
So what I would say to you is that we meet somewhere in the middle with him every year.
Okay.
So we're able to look
and
at
it's not just this school. It's
right.
in general,
it's a great example.
there are other schools like this.
This
with
is
their
a
projection.
Yes, sir. This is a great example of when I said sometimes we support schools and it doesn't match any formula. But even at the end of the school year, we will give him positions that we've worked with our assistant superintendents that other schools are saying that they can make their schedule without, even though their numbers say differently. So we take care of, for example, a school like this that, to your point, there's a pattern. We're not going to wait till August if we know there's a pattern, but we also can't give the school, if they want 10, maybe we can support them with 3 or 4 to get through the summer. And then they make decisions as a school improvement team about how they want to address any funds that they have access to outside of the state funding. So we meet these schools in the middle. And again, like I said, there's a middle school in the same situation that we support in the same way.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add one thing. Remember when Chief Klutz came up and said that she gives Dr. Balknight a certain number of teachers within that 139? That is the infinite pot of numbers. So we have to figure out how you distribute that number of teachers across 185 schools. So if this school needs more, that means that we have to take from one of the other schools. Does that make sense? Which is why we wouldn't do that now. We're trying to wait because the only thing we can go on is our projection. And then if we need to make a shift, then we make that shift month by month as we're looking at how things are going over the summer. Does that make sense?
So it does.
And just for clarity, this is our normal practice. Yeah. Like this year isn't anything different. It's just landing different because of all the things that we've discussed.
I understand it's the arts and the science together. I get it, right? But I want to make sure we're not hurting some of our schools, like if it's not a perfect science, that we're not taking away from one school that really needs it, and where there could be another school that you really can remove more from. And how do we identify those schools that we're taking allotments from away from that really may need that teacher allotment, but is just doing it, equally across the board?
Yes, sir. And so that chart that I spoke to Hatch about, that I said we could talk about in more detail when we have more time, that speaks to the first step after the principals get their allotments and they meet with their assistant superintendent and their human capital partner, but they've already been building their schedule. So they'll immediately be able to say, I can't have these foreign languages if I can't have this teacher. And so once we go through all these stages, it goes to the assistant superintendent, it'll go to the chief, and the chief and I'll meet together, and then we'll go to Chief Klutz and say, we need these 5 positions because we can't figure it out. But prior to that, I maybe have already figured out 10 positions that I've needed because we've worked with the assistant supes to say, this school, high school, for example, we can build our first semester schedule without this teacher. So that's a position potentially that we can move. So we do all those things. And then when the music stops and we can't figure it out, then we go back to the chief and we figure it out, because we also know that one of the things that's a check and balance for us is that every school has to be able to build their master schedule. And when they can show us evidence that they can't build their master schedule, then that's when we give them additional supports. Because oftentimes in a high school, the first conversation with the principal, because everybody wants to have all the things. That's what they should do, is advocate for their school. But oftentimes a high school principal could collapse a class, or they have so many kids doing dual enrollment that maybe they don't need that specific teacher. That's an easy one because it's all the things in high school. But when they really can't make their master schedule, then it's on us to figure it out. We don't leave a school without a teacher that they need to provide those supports to students.
Couple questions. The allotments for this school year was based on a 139. 139. Yeah. So then, what is complete the allotments the same?
No.
You mean for the?
No, for 25, 26. 25, 26 couldn't have been 139. 141.
Yes. Okay.
And it's back to the slide that Chief Klutz put up.
I'm just being sure.
Okay.
Okay.
I was just gonna say, I think the hardest part when you say about staffing is about the people.
Yeah.
You know that is. So it's
Yeah.
not they're just talking about, I can't fix my schedule, but I may lose the teacher
That's right.
that I've had at my school. I know the quality of this teacher, and now I'm gonna lose that. I know about that, losing that staff. And then I may have to wait till later. I get that person. I've lost now that particular person. So I mean, that's part of it too. It's
That's
not
right.
just, because you're right, the staffing plan, everybody's making a staffing plan based on those projections,
Mhm.
every principal. But I think they're deeply concerned about the people that they're gonna lose
That's
and
right.
the quality and the needs at the school. So it's a whole lot that goes into it.
That's right. I got a first year teacher. She's amazing, and
right.
she's going to be
That's right.
moved. And then one of the things that Chief Klutz had on that slide, we're doing a really good job with RRTD, retention and recruitment and talent development. So we're at 99%, I think, fill rate, 99.7. So we are so tight now with staffing. Even that is a good thing, but that makes it even harder to have the room that maybe 3 years ago you had when you had all those vacancies. And that's what Chief Klutz has in that document.
I heard this.
All right. It's studied on allotment. All right, so board members, you know what you have in front of you is your worksheets to complete, your homework assignment, to complete in terms of, have you received enough information? Do you understand the equity? Do you understand the funding gaps? Do you understand the do you understand those things? Is there something, and if not, what is it? And what is it do you need in order to make a decision for our budget or a strategy that you want to see in terms of for our next meeting? Question right there.
The alignment of goal 4, is it in this book? I'm gonna go for to the budget book that we have present here. Okay, it is.
And okay, so board members, just 1 second. We're not gonna be able to, but we're not gonna be able to, I'm trying to figure out what sections we're missing. No, I'm just saying that we haven't gone through that.
And then you step from high quality specialist, check them off.
All right, so in order of priority, some of this we'll be looking through in this information we received. What we have left is high quality core instruction. I think we probably kind of covered staffing and the allotments, but you have student engagement, family engagement, and then the 3 E's. So is it a particular space you want to hear from? My guess is we have time for maybe one more. because the gym program is getting ready to start. You got time for any preference? Student engagement, family engagement, employed, enrolled, and enlisted, and high quality core instruction. Student engagement or enrolled, employed, and enlisted. That I would put out for the board. Any other?
I mean, I would go with the wrong listen.
We've never seen, never, it's nothing like that. We have not seen the Goal 4 presentation in this format, but I'm gonna ask you to skip through some of this because we know this stuff. That first slide we know. I just want to see how the resource, particularly if you can focus in on how the resources are allocated to support this. Okay.
The reason that it wasn't, sorry, I apologize. The reason that it wasn't included initially is because we actually have exceeded our 5-year target in this area. We are more than happy to pull all that goes into Goal 4, all the funding that goes into Goal 4. We did not want to do that if that wasn't the spirit of the question. And I know that my heart is absolutely not like we don't want to do it. We just didn't want to do it if the question was yes or why wasn't it there versus can we please have it all as a part of it. Does that make sense? And do you receive it in that way? So if it's desired that we pull all of the funding, we absolutely can. But in our brains, because currently we've exceeded the 5-year target, we have been less concerned about funding Goal 4 related to hitting that target. If the goal changes, right, if the target were to change, or if there were different ideas around enrolled, enlisted, or employed, or Goal 4, we'd be happy to look at that, and we'd be happy to pull the funding. And Dr. Botnight just reminded me there will be CTE is a huge funding source for Goal 4. And that report will be coming to you on soon and very soon. It is required and you approve that plan. And so that will go very much in detail for many of these indicators.
Well, I think the problem is if we don't know how the budget is aligned to this goal, how are we making determinations on alignment? You get what I'm saying? So maybe, I don't know what it is, $500 million going to
Can I answer that?
CTE, and maybe it should be shifted to Goal 1.
Well, CTE funds come to us in a very specific way. They're federal and state dollars that are restricted. So you can only use it for career and technical education. So it's non-transferable. The other thing that I would say is it is included in the whole in terms of the, is that purpose, function, big bucket? It's in the big bucket format, but when we go through the CTE plan, that's the actual programming that you will see in more detail that's sent to DPI in a separate way. Does that make sense?
I'm tracking, but what if it's a scenario that we're willing to make this trade-off to support this thing more within, you say those monies
but we
cannot,
they're restricted funds.
No. I'm not saying from that to something else. I'm saying, for example, we have, I don't know, $1 million for family engagement. And I'm not saying this thing should happen, so please don't say that.
Sure.
But I'm saying, what if we say, okay, well, we got family engagement under control. It's not really, the return on investment of it is not that high. So maybe we want to shift $500,000 to CTE or whatever else is in Goal, whatever, maybe some other indicator in Goal 4. So if we don't know, you get what I'm,
right. And yes, so our response would be that as of where we are right now, we've exceeded where we're supposed to be in 2029. So what that signals to us is that we do not need any more funding to go towards Goal 4. we're our funding level meets our goals. And we also cannot transfer, let's just say one of our goals are off track, which they're not, but let's just say goal 3. We couldn't also say that we're going to take money out of CTE because we've already exceeded our goal 4 and put it in goal 3 because it's non-transferable. Does that make sense?
Yes. Dr. Hedge.
Yep.
All right, well, we got time to do, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No.
Fine, I'm good.
You want to do student engagement?
I'd be happy to. I'm going to give an overview and then Dr. Botnight's going to chime in. Slide 82, please. I'm going to speak to it from a strategy lens. And then if there's specific questions, I think we kind of covered SEL and mental health, so I'm going to speak from a strategy lens. What I want to make sure that I draw the connection between is that our guardrails directly support our goals. Specific to guardrail 3, attending to the whole child, we view that as we need to make sure that students are, their well-being is healthy in order for them to have achievement. So we have the student engagement brick in our theory of change, and we have guardrail 3. But across both of them, the aspirational goal is that every student feels known, challenged, connected, and that their sense of belonging is reflected in how they both engage, how they show up in school, and how they learn. Next slide.
Beth, I'm gonna stop you just in the interest of time. Is this gonna be different than the whole child, or this is just whole child? We've been through this exercise already.
What this will do is differentiate between what's in the student engagement brick for next year versus guardrail 3. Maybe what would be helpful.
Are we making funding decisions on that?
We are not making funding decisions.
No, and it's not the issue. It's family engagement. And thank you for accommodating the shifts. I just know we're short, and I want to make sure board members have the questions. Opportunity to ask the question.
Yeah. Okay, great. All right, so for family engagement, looking at 26-27, what we'd like to do is make sure that we are building upon some of the work that we're already doing. So it's really about enhancement and improvement, right? So we want to continue to utilize Parent Square, which we do pay for out of our engagement bucket, if you will. In addition, we want to make sure that we're expanding on our utilization of the family portal so that parents have access to resources online at any time and on demand. In addition, we want to make sure we're expanding our Family Academy offerings within the community and making sure that parents have access to professional development, training, and support. And then in addition, we want to make sure that we're expanding upon our support. We have 8 targeted schools that we're working with right now that we're providing additional partnerships to, vendors and partners. We want to build upon that this next year and focusing in on partnering with other communities and other funders to expand our support for specific schools. And then in addition, we want to make sure we're providing additional professional development for our family engagement liaisons at each of the schools. So every school has an engagement liaison. We want to make sure that we're providing support and professional development to them. That could be anybody from a principal to a social worker to a family advocate. And then in addition, we want to also expand upon our PD and coaching support for those family engagement specialists, but then also school administration, school leadership teams. We offer school visits. We offer opportunities to go out and engage with them on how they can expand on family engagement as well. A couple of things that we want to launch in regards to next year that we can do within our funding right now is we want to make sure that we are building capacity for parents, okay? We want to get past the place where we are noting participation of parents in our Family Academy sessions, and we're moving to a place where we are monitoring the success they feel when they go through a session. In addition, are we building confidence for parents to be able to help their students at home, right? Because at the end of the day, the action is really being able to empower parents to know how they can help and it's not about them just attending a session, right? So that's the place we want to get to. When I mentioned earlier that we want to get to a place where we're like monitoring data, we're utilizing data to make key decisions. That's part of that data monitoring that we want to do, and we will still be able to do within that. We also want to make sure we're building more positive relationships within the community, getting out into the community, cultivating trust with our families by making sure that we are meeting families where they're at by offering more parent sessions, empowerment sessions within the community. And then also we want to make sure that we're developing success criteria, right? Like, are the offerings that we're providing actually having success, and can we tie them to student outcomes, which is work we still have to do. Like, I don't have that defined for you today, but that's work that we would like to do. What I'm extremely excited about is the fact that as a board, we are having conversations around policy, around family engagement. We had a really great meeting this past week, which will really define, I think, the work for family engagement. I'll be completely transparent with you. I'm excited to see what that policy does and how that drives regulation and how that's going to drive action with our department. So there are a lot of strategies that are still out there that I'm excited about implementing that are going to come from that policy. So this is not a fully baked plan. We're not running already built a plane, we're already flying and taking off. Because I want to make sure that there's nothing in that policy that's going to drive action from that regulation as well. Okay, so I just want to be really transparent with that work. As far as things that like we're thinking about that are going to cost money, that are going to be investments within the department. If you're talking about contracted services, like additional professional development that we potentially would implement for our family engagement liaisons, additional empowerment sessions, perhaps we would contract with local vendors, local partners, bring them in to provide additional empowerment sessions for parents beyond just what CMS staff can provide. Because as we mentioned earlier in some of our conversations, we have local vendors, local partners that could help us do that work. Who they are, I can't tell you today, but that is absolutely a desire for our team. Also, I want to look at additional resources that we can purchase for parents. So like parents may attend an on-demand session or a lunch and learn. We may give them instructional materials. We may give them instructional resources. We should expand upon that. And so the parents that do come, they should be able to leave with, a bunch of manipulatives, a bunch of books, a bunch of resources to take home and use with their students at their house. Or with their children at their house. And then in addition, I want to be able to provide more event-like opportunities for families. So our back to school celebration event was a huge success last year. I think it was over 12,000 attendees. I'm not saying we're gonna have a back to school event every month per se, but I would like to expand upon family offerings like that bring people out in a wide net. And then that way we provide a lot of support and services to families and students at those events as well. So those are a couple of the highlights for looking at next year that are going to fall within budget. Of course, I've got some things that I share with you about possible trade-offs that we talked about a little bit earlier. And so that would be the family engagement information.
So I'm looking at your explanation for diversifying how to reach families. I'm just doing the math, $820,000, 139,000 students. It's not much investment per child. So, and then most of that is Parent Square. I'm just wondering I'm just wondering about other strategies that are more directly reaching families. And then if we have professional, and the other thing I'm concerned about is the professional development, not the sense of it for the family engagement liaison. And it's only in 10 schools?
Yep, 8 schools right now, and then expanding to another 3 next year.
So this includes 11.
Yeah.
And these are people that are already in the school. Like, meaning it could be a principal, or how are you doing that? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. You said it could be a principal or somebody else.
Yeah, the family engagement liaisons can be principal. It's a principal designee, but in some cases, principals have designated themselves. But they might have an AP, they might have a social worker, family advocate within the school. So we meet with them and provide them with professional development and support. Some of our specialists will go out to schools. They'll meet with the administrative team. They'll do school visits. They'll talk through what's your family engagement plan, especially specifically for Title I too. But there's ways to expand upon that. And where I'm going with potential additional contracts and support is we could expand our support with that if we find really great partners that can help us support schools with that work around family engagement. So that would be like an expansion, an enhancement to our current plan. And I would be able to find current dollars within that. I think that's kind of the nice part too about communications department coming together with the engagement department, is I'll have a little bit more flexibility with funding.
Board membership. Yeah, I just want to say what I think that, and you kind of hit on it. It is what happens at the school and in the community. That's the level where you really engage parents. Because going outside of that, expecting them to go somewhere else, show up at the family academy, those things, in schools where parents need it the most, they're going to reach out to their school. And it's even challenging to get them to come to their own school for curriculum night, parent-teacher conferences, come for PTA or whatever. So I think it's what we can do at the school level. The family school advocate in those schools were critical, have been critical. And even with the equity committee, it was talked a lot about the family school advocate and their role. So I think if there's any kind of investments, those are the key investment, what we do at the schoolhouse door, homeschool connection. Yeah. And so that is the piece that concerns me is there funding needed? Well, the other is we're looking at, do we need, let's just look at that. Family school advocates, how critical is that position in schools?
You provide a great example. I think we saw at our last SOG governance meeting where we saw the Hidden Valley video, right? We saw the power of, staff coming together and providing additional empowerment and support. You heard the parents say firsthand, like, oh, I went to this training, I was trying this additional support, now I know how to help my child. That's where we see some of the greatest work happening is close to the schools, right? One strategy I haven't mentioned yet, but something that we're looking at for next year is making sure that we are developing like district-based curated professional development resources, right? Where like our specialists help create that. And I'll give you an example. At the elementary level in October, maybe we will create a professional development series around DIVLs, right? So I would have my specialists would meet with, PATAO and academics. They would come up with some really great resources that they would develop that would be turnkey for the schools. We give it to the schools, the parent liaison, the family engagement liaison. They would then work with their principal who would deliver this PD. They bring in their school families. Now they have PD that's already there and already ready to go. So it's just one way where we can provide a service to the schools, and then the schools, all they have to do is invite families in and provide the support, provide the resources as a kind of like a systematic way to provide, that additional support. And that's just one strategy. There's a collection of strategies that are going to make a difference, right? Because there's not going to be one thing that's going to engage all families, but I think it's a collection of strategies together that's really going to help us with our engagement.
Thank you. My question is around funding. Is the Parent Square funding?
Is the Parent Square funding the 566K? Is that to run operations business as usual, or is this incremental monies to add these incremental strategies? And the question behind the question is that, like, for example, I said we already do this stuff. Like, if you go back to the slide before that, we're talking about the breakdown of Parent Square.
Yes. I'm just trying to find which slide number it
There's
is.
like, for example, one is like that you translate into 100 languages. Like I believe that already happened.
That happens. Yeah.
So yeah, I guess my understanding is like, is this incremental or is this BAU? As usual.
The expenditure for Parent Square, that is just for us to utilize Parent Square for this calendar year.
Okay.
So that's like the total, Parent Square package that we have access to. So, and those are just some of the things that they do. But I think there's additional use that we have that we could be more strategic with, like example being, and I talked to you guys a little bit about this at the retreat. Like let's say there's 8 schools we want to target on the east side of Charlotte because we know that there's a particular need in that area. I can go in and customize a Parent Square message just to those families from the school. And I don't even have to ask the school to do it, right? But I can send it to them. And that's ultimately targeting that set of families where we've identified that need and say, hey, we have this really great offering. It's in the east side of Charlotte. Come on out. We're going to host you. And here's, what this great opportunity is about. So like the utilization of Parent Square can be that. That's not how it's been utilized though in the past. So I want to be clear that that would be a new strategy. And we're starting to already do that now. So it is something that we're, utilizing, but.
I see. No, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you. Give it a second to resonate. Thank you for that. Thank you for shouting out our ad hoc committee. But curious about how you see the funding allocation being transformational, right? And so I see the thought here on what could happen with additional funding and based off what is currently funded. But how are we assessing the families that we want to connect with, to board membership's point, and what we need, or the resources and support that we need to potentially go to those families or to connect with those families? With the strategies we have, we're probably reaching a subset of families, but there are others that we need to. So kind of who's at the table, kind of shaping that, and what transformational things does this budget that you currently have allow you to do, and allocated more funding, what transformational activities would you be able to do related to empowerment, engagement, and all of those things?
Sure, absolutely. So right off the bat, a strategy that we're looking at for next year is ensuring that every school actually has a family engagement committee. Now that's not something we've already told schools they need to go do, but it's something that we've explored and we've had conversations as an executive cabinet team. That's not currently in existence, right? But what does that do? That provides the opportunity for families to be a part of a decision-making group within the school to identify hey, these are the needs that I know my community needs, right? Or my neighbors need this, right? And then we identify what those needs are. Then we do wraparound support where we have the opportunity for our partnership specialists, our family engagement specialists to work together with the school to help provide that additional support to those families, right? That's a transformational thing because it's the family saying, we need this. And then it's the district coming to the school and saying, hey, we can support you with that. But remember, not to get into the technical, but we do have our customer relations management system where schools can raise their hand and say, I need this support in this particular area and this type of partner. And then our partnership team can see that and then work with other partners or vendors that we know are in existence within Charlotte or the surrounding area. And we can assign those partners to that school and help them create that partnership, which could then also be transformational because now we've got a partner that's leaning in, helping the school do the work that the principal knows that needs to be done. And then therefore it's going to have an impact because the principal knows that it needs to happen. And then, obviously they're working with the families that need it most in that particular case. So that's just one example, just one strategy.
But we need to get it together.
Okay. While you're doing that, I just have a question. Why is Parent Square? It just might have to help me understand this. In this bucket as opposed to IT or the technology. Right.
I think at the end of the day, Parent Square is an engagement tool, right? It is a two-way communication tool, right? So if for Steve Esposito, who has 3 kids in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, I know if Bryson gets in trouble today at school, I'm going to get a Parent Square message. He would never get in trouble, by the way. But if I got a message, I could respond to that teacher, to that principal, and say, and have that two-way communication. And that's being used every day. Every week, I get analytical reports on who are our most Parent Square posters, and it's usually teachers that are communicating, back and forth with their kids, which is really, or with their parents, which is really powerful. So it's an engagement tool ultimately. It was in my budget when I inherited the budget, so I can't answer that per se, but at least I know from that lens it's
I would say that technology partners with. Let's Talk, for example, isn't in the technology budget. Parent Square isn't in the technology budget. However, technology partners with every business owner for every app, Dibbles already, Red Rover. They're all paid in different budgets, but the technology division helps roster and supports from the back end all of these applications. That allows parents to, staff members to log in with their credentials, their username and password, the single sign-on, all of that back-end technical piece is supported So
But it's supported with budget?
supported with staffing
Okay.
to do the rostering, to do the integrations, to do the SFTP, which is a secure transfer.
But
file
the line
transfer.
item for Parent Square goes under family engagement.
Correct.
I see. You're explaining why you don't support, because there.
The budget was, the question was, why isn't this in technology's budget?
That makes sense. Thanks.
Dr. Hood.
No. So I got my follow-up together. So, as we think about the transformation that we believe that family engagement, increased family engagement can have towards our student outcomes, right? And for our students that need it the most. If you are advocating for additional allocations for transformational efforts, what would that look like for you?
It's a great question.
I was just gonna say, I think it's out of.
Typically what happens is you set your goals and then you develop a plan around those goals and then you resource those goals. I mean, I think if he wants to answer the question, my wondering would be, what goals do you have and what plan do you have that aligns with that dollar amount? So I know Steve, he's just going to answer it because he is going to answer the question. I'm just cautioning that typically what happens is you set goals, you set a plan, and then you say, what will it take to resource that plan? At this moment in time, I don't think that we've taken the next step because the board has excellent ideas in all the work that you're doing with the ad hoc committee. So we've kind of pushed pause to see where the board wants to go before we'll know what it would take to resource it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess I didn't understand. I thought because there has been family engagement strategies and that's a brick. And even though the board has been discussing, even back to our retreat in January, when we talked about even some of the numbers that came through the Family Academy, and I think consistently saying like, who are we not reaching? And so if that is not being done and we're pausing until the board provides that guidance, that's fine. But I thought there was a family engagement strategy and there was a family engagement brick. And our questions have been around like trying to seek to understand how we can continue to support and accelerate what's already being done.
No, I think that's absolutely right. So I think when I've been sitting here today, I'm like trying to reconcile two things in my brain. And correct me if I'm wrong. I think we keep hearing like, what will it take? Which in my mind is more aspirational of if there were no constraints. But what we are faced with is constraints. So while we could go back and dream and talk about all of the things that we could do if there were no constraints, which we do it on some level. But when we bring a budget to the board, we're not bringing what we would do without constraints. We're bringing to you, these are the constraints that we have that are varied at different levels. So knowing what we have, this is what we could do. Does that make sense? So I think
it does, but I think, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think, and of course, the board has a different direction in the future. Like we on our side do lots of dreaming and all of that stuff. But then at the end of the day, it has to, like the reality is it has to be backed into something. So when we say, what are our needs? What are our wants? The next question is, well, how are you going to pay for it? Which is why we have to go back, because as Chair Sneed said last Saturday, like there is no new money. The only money that we have is this money. And oh yeah, you can't use this because these are the rules for that. You can't use this because these are the rules for that. You can't use this because, so it leaves you with this finite pot to be able to do what you think is possible.
And
Does
I
that
think
make sense?
it does, but I think that's how sometimes I get frustrated because I think maybe I'm using different words or whatever, but it's also about priorities, right? And so understanding what could be possible
so that you can set the priorities. So this isn't about like dreaming for me, but it's truly understanding, would I prioritize this or would I prioritize device refresh? Would I prioritize this or would I prioritize capturing kids' hearts? So I'm trying to understand based off the flexible dollars that we do have for me, and what I'm looking here on my sheet is like, what would be my priorities? And then I'm assuming collectively how those priorities align to the board's goals and guardrails, if not. So that's what I'm seeking to understand. So it's not that I think that there's additional funding or money that's coming in or that I don't understand how it works, but it's much more about based off what staff has presented for their priorities and what feedback have we received from the community, received from the board around the priorities, align with the goals and guardrails. Are those the same? Right. Yes, I understand that part. And so so the answer to you is yes, we've prioritized. And what we brought to you is the budget based on those priorities. Now, so I think this discussion is more about what the board wants to see change, not necessarily what staff wants to see change, because we've been doing this work since October, November. Correct, but there have been feedback sessions. And so, because it's a collective thing and the budget belongs to the people. So what changes have been made since it was first presented that reflects the priorities of the people represented by the board? I've not received any feedback in a collective way that would have made us change our recommendation, which is fine, which is why we're here today, I believe. So I think what we were proposing a couple of hours ago, maybe, was when you said, what dollars do we have flexibility around? And I know you weren't here, Dr. Hatch, and I honestly got up and went and got something to eat, so I missed a little bit of the conversation. But I think there was a little bit of a conversation about capturing kids' hearts dollars and that funding. It's one time what the things that we could do with that. So since we did receive that feedback, we did go back and say, we have this one-time funding, and because of the way it's coded, we could, because of the rules that are attached to it, we could use all or some of that capturing kids' hearts thing to do some work under the family engagement bucket. But what I think Chief Esposito is trying to say, what we wouldn't want to do is come up with this plan knowing that the board is also doing said plan, because we don't want to be doing duplicative work in two different ways. So if that is so desired, what we could say is we can not do capturing kids' hearts. It's one time. What are some one-time things that we can keep maybe over here that could be applied to family and community engagement that would be aligned with where the board's going with the ad hoc policy? So we're not funding two duplicative strategies or two strategies that may not be in alignment or work together. That is the exact conversation I think I'm having as I sit here in these hours. So what you just said is why I'm asking the questions that I'm asking, and like my line of question is more around that, not about what's not there, but what is there. Sure. And are we prioritizing based off those things? So thank you. Yeah, so based on that feedback, and I guess we'll get to this in a minute, Chair Sneed, and which kind of leads me to where we may want to go Friday. So I'll pause.
Yeah. So just go ahead.
Can you use the other one?
Is it messing up?
Yes.
All right. We have, is it 2 new schools coming on next year or one? One, but we also have to plan for 2, middle school north and middle school south, am I right? No, what do we have coming on?
Middle.
Cato Ridge, that's the one
Cato Middle
that's
and
south?
South, yes, and Dilworth.
Dilworth, but And then the following year, we have the middle school north up in Huntersville-ish.
Where's Tim?
Well, two, whatever, it's in the north, but the north.
We have to pull it up.
Okay, but my thought process is, I know we have to do community engagement around those things. Is it in the budget? Because we have to do community engagement. We have to, we just had a conversation around, in our last meeting around bringing on what the group was last time. I want to make sure that we have, if we're going to, before when we're doing these community sessions, we bring in groups to do the community engagement. If we're doing that, would it be seen in this particular budget, or where would it be?
So we do have some fall engagement. You know that we talked about separating A and B. And for example, we'll have to draw attendance boundaries in the fall, but we already have a partner, RTI, and then based on the board's feedback, we've engaged another local community partner, but that is in our programs planning and placement budget. That's a part of the comprehensive data review, much to what Chief Salmon Hosey was saying about the different departments have those buckets in their department, but then others, like their team has been wonderful to support us with all the engagement that we've done thus far, and we'll continue to do that.
Okay.
So my question is, it's gonna have to be the last of it, we're about to lose quorum. Is a follow-up with what Dr. Hatch, I believe she is saying is, what other strategies could fit, even if we're just talking about this particular $820,000 could be done based on board and community feedback? Like, I'm not asking you to answer that question. I'm saying that's going to be on the list. And that's the same thing with the whole child. Like, what other strategies, or, I mean, is there opportunity for some creativeness in a sense of, okay, if we pull $25,000 from the chocolate milk fund, we'll probably be all right, and put it in family engagement. You see what I'm saying? Like, that is what that's the question that's being asked when we're talking about strategy. It's not necessarily, one, it's not starting over, and it's not saying there are additional funds. So that is like, what are those? Because there, in some areas, there has been definitive feedback from board and community members about what they're looking for, and it's still in compliance and can still accomplish what needs to be accomplished. To
further clarify, like if you're saying, hey, we have budget for making this very simple. We have budget for one event that we think is going to provide whatever. It would be great if we actually could do 3 of these events, but we can't do them because we don't have the money for it or whatever. Is that what we're looking for? And then have like,
but if we make this trade-off,
right,
we can do this.
That's kind of the vibe, not being like, hey, let's have a youth county fair and invite, like, that to me is a dream. But like a reasonable thing could be like, hey, we may need to do like 2 or 3 events in the stadium in a year because whatever, like that, I think is where we go from like actual to perhaps like not a dream, but like in between. And then that could force a conversation of trade-offs. I think that's what the board is asking for in this specific example. Is that right? I just want to make sure that we're clear on that.
Yeah, so in Crystal's brain, the trade-off would be the $2.4 million for capturing kids' hearts.
Maybe, but it also could be, I'm just gonna pick someone here, we're not gonna do professional development for school-based family engagement liaisons. You see what I'm saying? Like, it could be.
But if you're saying that, again, if you're saying that one event at the stadium is enough, and I'm making this up, and you're like, nope, this is gonna be enough, then like we don't need a further conversation, like we're good. But if you're like, I really think that having this 3rd event would be great, or this 2nd event, like that's important for us to know, because then we can have the conversations of how to fund it in a very simplistic example.
All right, so there are 4 things. How many have we identified already? So we can just level set that. What areas do we?
Strategy adjustment.
No. I'm asking a specific question. I'm saying the areas that we already have identified, we would like to see different strategies put forward with whatever trade-offs or amending. You get what I'm saying? There was one we've discussed right now, which is this family engagement.
And I would say, if I may, like, if there's other available, we're like talking about the 2.4 of capturing kids hard, but maybe there's like there's more funds in some pools.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay,
yes,
just
like
to be clear.
In the chocolate, I don't want to say chocolate milk, but in one of these other pillars we've identified, you could say we can pull 10 from each one that'll have a negligible impact to do this thing. That's the trade-off. That's the trade-off piece.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification. So you're talking about, of the three things that you list, God bless you, correct, trade-offs between those three things?
No. I'm not identifying how you make it happen. I'm saying we need some options to look at to make this thing happen. So
what are
so we already have some. One was in family engagement, the other one was in whole child. What's the other one?
There was one that was brought up earlier.
It was earlier doing the beginning.
It was the 6.6.
No, it was under allotments or
Yeah,
something.
that's what I'm talking about. It's
the
3%. Then I feel like it was another one. And one was after our conversations about pre-K and all of that. Well, we'll find it.
Those are the three I had. The
So you
3%.
Yeah, the
DSS.
Yeah. We weren't
Yeah.
settled with that.
DSS. Maybe that was during that time frame. Oh, it must have been DSS.
It was the DSS.
It was what? DSS. Yeah, DSS. Okay.
We didn't rest on.
Could be. It would have to be.
That's acceptable.
Oh, it was DSS.
Okay, it was DSS. What I'm asking the board members to do as a part of their homework, is it any other area? So that's what I'm saying. That's why the phone call needs to be available in case there are questions about, you know what I'm saying? So there can be some type of exchange. Otherwise, if it's something that can be submitted through Let's Talk and it's just a quick answer, that's why I'm saying, because it could be a real world conversation like, oh, no, whatever. And then that way it is not 1,000 strategies and it really doesn't need to be. Are we all hearts and minds clear about that?
No.
No.
Sorry, just for me to be clear, after this conversation, Stacy, are you going to give the district, Dr. Hill, the 4 things?
Yeah.
And she will be clear on what those things are, right? Because
I think we are clear, but she will give it to us.
Okay, so she'll have that. And then in the meantime, between now and tomorrow,
hopefully before noon,
any other lingering questions will be through board inquiries?
Well, there's 2 categories of things. One, overall, it should be information that you need in order to make a decision on a budget. So that's the qualifier. And I'll send out an email to everybody with this language. The second thing is, if it is a question that you need to make a decision for the budget and you don't need an exchange or back and forth, you don't think you're going to have a follow-up question, you can submit that through Let's Talk, because that would be how many cartons of milk are at wherever, right? But I doubt you need that level of question. But if it is something that you feel like you need an exchange to speak to somebody,
call the chief.
I'm calling you.
There's like,
call back.
Which one? Oh, okay.
I need to talk to.
Oh, okay.
Chief, but
I see.
Hold on one second. But the only thing I'm concerned about that is y'all will be in cabinet, right?
They will all be together.
Oh, okay. So yes,
so call, then they'll come back in and talk about it.
Got it.
Okay. So are all hearts and minds clear on what the way forward is?
Yeah.
I'm looking at y'all too. Okay. So there being no further business, our meeting is adjourned.
And thank y'all for sneaking it out for extra long sessions.
You didn't say